please contact the support team. Okay, they are trying to contact you. Please contact them. Now, once you have taken up the RDP, please type the command ncpa.cpl. Have you typed the command? ncpa.cpl. Perfect. Now double click and click on details. Double click and click on details. Okay, you have joined late. So first of all, go to the portal, start your server, web VM, database VM you have created. Start them. After starting them, you have to take the RDP of the first VM, web VM, name as web VM, and then you have to type ncpa.cpl. Now, my dear friend, here click on details. Do you see the IP 192.168.0.4? So we have got this IP. And the subnet mask 255.255.255.0. This is the technical notation for /24. In the networking word, /24 means this. So when you create the subnet, you have given /24, it means this 255.255.255.0. Okay. Default gateway is 192.168.0.1. Perfect. Now, similarly, what you have to do, you have to take the RDP. You can close this. We wanted to cross check the IP. You have to take the RDP of the DBVM. DBVM is at the top and the web VM is at the bottom. So please click on the DBVM and take the RDP of the DBVM. And then you have to go ahead and type ncpa.cpl. So have you taken the RDP of the DBVM? After taking RDP of the DBVM, you have to type ncpa.cpl. ncpa.cpl and double click here and details and just cross check. IP is 1.4 and the default gateway is 1.1. IP is 1.4 and the default gateway is 1.1. So all these servers that you create in the DB subnet will get the IP from the DB subnet and the default gateway will be same. All the servers you create in the web subnet will get the IP from the web subnet range like 0.4, 0.5 and the default gateway will be same. That is 0.1. Okay, so I hope by this time everyone you are able to RDP, correct? That's great. Now please go to the web VM. Please go to the web VM. You have to go to web VM and you have to open up command prompt. How to communicate both server to each other with private IP? That's what we will see now. So have you gone to the web VM? Have you gone to the web VM? Now open up the command prompt. CMD, open up the command prompt. Have you opened up the command prompt? Okay, after opening up the command prompt, my dear friend, here you have to go ahead and type the command host name. Please go ahead and type the command host name. HOSTNAME host name. So you are on web VM, correct? And type ipconfig, and the IP is 0.4. Now from the web VM, try to communicate with the database VM. Is the ping happening? The ping is not happening. But Azure says that within the VNet, one subnet can talk with another subnet without any issues. Same VNet, all subnet will work, correct? You are right. Azure says that both the subnet are in the same VNet. Communication is allowed by default. Communication should happen. And in the firewall also, you don't need to do anything. In the NSG, remember in the lab, what you have learned in the lab, you have learned how to attach NSG to the subnet. So can we see where the Azure automatically adds the route? In the routing table, the routes are there by default. That also we will show. Plus in the NSG also, see here. If I go to NSG, this is web VM NSG. NSG is attached to the subnet level, correct? Here in this lab, what you have learned? You have learned how to attach the NSG to the subnet. That you have learned multiple times. But here, at a time of in the lab itself, you have learned first create the NSG, then create the subnet. That scenario you have seen. So at the NSG level, meaning if I go and take you to the NSG level, web VM NSG, and if I take you to settings and inbound, allow VNet inbound, all the traffic from the same VNet is allowed. All the subnet belong to the same VNet only. They are part of the same VNet. So all the traffic from the VNet is allowed. Meaning in short, one subnet can talk with another subnet, all port, all protocol, everything, inbound, outbound, everything is allowed. In web VM NSG, if I take you to the database VM NSG, allow VNet inbound, allow VNet outbound. In the firewall, internal traffic belonging to the same VNet, meaning one subnet communicating to another subnet, that traffic is allowed. Meaning in short, all the communication in the same VNet is allowed. Also, if we take you to routing, now we are not core network engineers, but here we will show routing. If I go to web VM and if I go to networking and if I go to network settings and I have to go to the NIC card, network interface card. So if I want to see the routing of this router, then I have to go to any VM in this subnet, any VM, because routing is common for the entire subnet. Routing is not per VM, always remember. Routing is for the subnet. So here the NIC is there. Here the NIC card is there. The LAN card is there. So from the server NIC card and here there is something which is known as effective routes. So if I go here to networking and if I click on this NIC and I'm on the NIC card, and if I go to help, then in help there is effective routes. So in routing also all the traffic for internal communication is allowed. It will show in some time. This is the route. Now we don't need to understand routing here. For that we require a very core knowledge of networking and routing and CCNA. But in short here, internet traffic is also allowed and internal traffic is also allowed in the routing. Now where should we use different VNet scenario? That we will come in this lecture only. We will learn. So that's why we are focusing on VNet. That in VNet, in the same VNet, all communication allowed is allowed. Then in this session only, we will create one more VNet, one subnet, one VM, and then we will show that between VNet communication is not allowed. Then to allow communication between VNet, then you have to do VNet peering. That we will see in this session. Okay, so in the routing, everything is allowed. Internet is allowed, internal traffic is allowed. Nothing we have to do. So if I go to this server, I can see the routing table of this router. Similarly, if I go to the database server, DBVM, I go to NIC, and if I go to effective routes, I can see the routing table of this router. We don't need to make any changes in the routing table. In upcoming lecture, we will take a sample example of making changes in the routing table. That proper example we will take. In upcoming lecture, we will create a firewall and we will show how to make changes in the routing table, and that too why. So complete lab we will create. But right now I will go to the DBVM to show you the routing table of the DB subnet router. So by default, I will go to DBVM, I will go to networking, I will go to the NIC card, network interface, and effective routes in help. By default, these two routes are there. One is for internal communication and one is for internet. These two routes are there in the routing table. Now, if we have two VNet and we need to allow communication between the two VNet, so can we allow from the routing? No, you don't need to touch routing. For that, Azure has given something separate topic that is known as VNet pairing. You do VNet pairing, automatically Azure will take care of everything in the backend. Nothing you have to do in the front end. Firewall, routing, everything Azure takes care. So Azure has simplified. Azure says perform VNet pairing, backend I will take care. Now, my dear friend, what I want to show here is focus on one VNet. On this VNet, one subnet can talk with another subnet. Firewall also communication is allowed. Routing also communication is allowed. Internal communication allowed. So who is blocking? Who is blocking? What do you think? Nothing we have to do in the routing. Nothing we have to do in the firewall, NSG. Everything is allowed at the Azure says. Azure says we have allowed. We know that a lot of people who are learning cloud, they are not network engineers. So whatever is required, we have allowed at our side in the backend to make things simple. So who is blocking now? Correct. Always you have to keep this in mind. This Windows firewall. So when you go to this web VM and when you ping 192.168.1.4, this web VM is sending ICMP echo packet to the DBVM, and this DBVM Windows firewall is blocking. So what we have to do? Can you please go to DBVM, my dear friends? Can you go to the DBVM? In Windows firewall, RDP rule is there, but in Windows firewall, ping is blocked. Public IP, we will be discussing about public IP address also in today's session. Are you on the DBVM? Can you open up the command prompt from the DBVM and type host name? Why I'm telling you to type host name? To cross check. that you are on the correct VM. So have you open up the command prompt? Have you typed host name? You can type IP config also. Are you on this page? Perfect. Now type in that from the DBVM type firewall.cpl, and we have discussed how we can allow only ping in the firewall, correct? Windows firewall. That if you want to do that, do that. I will simply turn off the firewall. Turn off, okay. Simple method is turn off the firewall, and in the real environment also if things are not working and Windows firewall is enabled, turn off and then troubleshoot. Okay, so turn off the firewall, okay. Now my dear friend, try to ping, it will work. So from the Azure side, Azure says no need to touch the firewall, NSG, no need to touch the routing, everything is allowed. You check your server. For if the internal communication is not happening, then you check your server from one subnet. If you're not able to connect to another subnet and both the subnet are in the same VNet, communication from our side is allowed. You check internally your server. So we have checked and the Windows firewall was blocking and we have just turned off the firewall and now the ping is happening, correct? Right, my dear friend. Similarly, vice versa. If we go to, but in some organization, firewall should be on, so we need to allow from the rule, right? Both the options we have given. If your organization is very strict, then don't turn off the firewall. Meaning it is very strict, very process oriented, then you have to allow in the firewall. If the organization is lenient, where process and things are less, there are some companies also where you are whole and soul. And there are some companies where you are whole and soul but package is less, but there are some company where your package is high and work is less, only scope related work you have to do, further other people will take care. So it depends upon your company's scenario. But if you enable the firewall, for example, you are enabling the firewall and you're whenever you are troubleshooting any issues related to Windows, you have to keep in mind that turn off the Windows firewall and check. This is a good troubleshooting step. Then later on you can enable the correct rule in Windows firewall if required. If you don't want to turn off, then Google out, and then you will come to know that how to enable ping or how to enable RDP or how to enable any other service in the Windows firewall. That also you can do. Now, my dear friend, can you please go to the DBVM? Can you please go to the DBVM? Are you on the DBVM? DBVM. Now from the DBVM, try to ping 192.168.0.4. Are you able to ping? Same thing. Either you can turn off the firewall, or you want to allow only ICMP in the firewall. Meaning both options, you can do whatever you want, correct? Okay, so go to the web VM and open up firewall.cpl. You want to turn off, you can turn off, or you don't want to turn off, you want to allow the rule, then you can go to advanced, click on inbound and allow in file and printer sharing, right click allow. So the way you want, my dear friend, you can do this, but do this and check the ping again and it will work. Can we do like this? We can add group policy to allow ICMP for all VM in the Windows firewall. Yes, for that you should have a VPN between your on premises and Azure network, and or you should have a domain environment, Active Directory environment in your on premises. then you should join the firewalls to the on-premises domain, and you can control like this. It can be done. VPN is mandatory. Now VPN meaning a private network, VPN or express route, that we are going to discuss in upcoming session. Just have one query, why unable to ping to gateway IP of both the subnet? So that Azure is not allowed. For some internal restrictions, they have not allowed. And the router is not like a real router, it's a software router. So the way you have the router at your house, TP-Link router, it is not like that. It's a software router. So they don't want too much load of pinging and ICMP echo packets on that. So they have disabled that. Can you repeat the last part? Okay. The last part is you have to go to the DBVM, and from the DBVM ping the web VM, the private IP. See, internal communication will happen only using private IP. Then public IP is for what? We will discuss in today's session. But have you done this? Have you seen internal communication is allowed? Just you have to handle the Windows firewall because that is blocking the ping packets. Otherwise, at the Azure firewall level, Azure routing level, nothing you have to do. So from the web VM, I am able to ping the DBVM, and from the DBVM, I am able to ping the web VM. So within the same VNet, one subnet can communicate with another subnet. Is this point clear? All port, all protocol, everything is allowed. Okay, I got a question. I'm talking about policy enforcement. Policy enforcement means that if you have an on-premises environment and you have a VPN tunnel with your Azure VNet, and if you have a domain controller here, and if you create a group policy here, so that group policy, in that group policy, if you say that I want to allow only ICMP in the Windows firewall, so no need to go to the firewall, open up the firewall and allow ICMP the way we have done. Okay, if your servers are joined, if the servers are joined to the on-premises domain environment, then here you create the policy will be pushed to those servers, and then automatically in the Windows firewall of those servers, the ICMP will be allowed. Today only I took group policy. Control panel block, wallpaper, OU. So this is the job of a system administrator. Okay, now my dear friends, for this understanding, you require a knowledge of Windows, Microsoft Windows Server. I have repeated few times, my dear friend. Now our focus is not right now Windows System Admin. Our focus is here. But as per the question, it can be done. You can control if you have an on-premises domain environment, you can control from there. Okay, and a lot of companies does this. If they have on-premises domain environment, they do like this. Now going ahead, now we need to learn something related to the use of public IP. So what is the use of public IP here? Use of public IP. First use that you can say is, using public IP, we are able to RDP the VM over the internet. Am I right? Using the public IP, second use is using the public IP from VM, we are able to access the internet. Can you go to the web VM, open up the Edge browser? Can you go to the web VM and open up the Edge browser, my dear friends? And type what is my IP address? And type what is my IP address and what is your IP address? My IP information, Microsoft Corporation Data Center, Pune. That is great. But what is my IP? Okay, my browser is in hang state. Okay, my IP is 40.81.224.53. It is the same IP using which I'm RDP. I'm taking RDP, correct? 40.81.224.53. Perfect. So using the public IP, my VM is able to access the internet. If we use internet on server for watching YouTube, will it be charged? See, on internet charges we would be discussing. On internet, charges are not for downloading anything. Ingress. Charges are not for downloading. If you download anything, charges are not there. But if the traffic is going out from your server, for example, you keep a document here, you keep a video on this server, and from your computer, if you are downloading, then you will be charged. So that we would be discussing about in detail, meaning we would be discussing in the charges lecture. So there is a complete lecture on Azure pricing. Your query will come there with proper in the pricing calculator also it shows. Now, my dear friend, can you please go to the other VM? Can you please go to the other VM? Start without your data, confirm and continue, continue, confirm and start browsing. And type here, what is my IP address? So see, my IP is 4.186.25.194. Okay, so this public IP is used for accessing internet from the VM. So for example, this is database VM. Database VM, database servers, database VM, they are critical servers. They should not be exposed to internet. Then in upcoming lecture, I will take about web servers. That for web server, what we have to do. In this session, I will focus on database servers. So database servers, they should not be exposed to internet. So in this case, I don't want public IP for the database VM. So what we will do, we will go to the database VM and we will click on public IP and we will disassociate and delete the public IP. Just don't disassociate, delete also. We don't want the public IP, then only the public IP charges will not be there. Only disassociation will not work. So when we will go to the database VM, we disassociate and we delete the public IP. So we will lose RDP access to the VM. Now the question is how we will RDP the VM. How we will RDP the database VM. And how we can access internet from the database VM. Are you getting the question? Can we create multiple VMs, usually IP, public IP? No. One public IP can't be used by multiple VMs. So the answer is, my dear friend, for this, we can take RDP of database VM from web VM using private IP. Public IP is gone now. Using private IP. Internally, always remember, internal communication only works using private IP. Using private IP of DBVM. What is the private IP of DBVM? 1.4. Is this point clear? Perfect. Now the next thing is, are there other ways also? Apart from this, there are other ways also. This is like one way, one method. Other methods are also there. Other method is using VPN, that we will discuss. From your on-premises office, if you have a site-to-site VPN to Azure cloud, then from your on-premises office, you can type MSTSC and you can type 192.168.1.4. From my computer, it will not work. But if I have a VPN, then it will work. So there are two types of VPNs, point to site and site to site, that we will discuss. So using VPN, it will work. Using VPN directly, you can take the remote using the private IP. So VPN in detail, we will discuss. We will see in action. Then the other method is using Bastion. Now Bastion is a very popular kind of jump server, which is used for secure access, where you don't need to type MSTSC. MSTSC you don't type, you don't take RDP, you take browser based access, browser based. You go to the browser and from the browser you go to the VM, and here when you click on the VM, here connect via Bastion is there. Browser based access, HTTPS based access. So your server does not require a public IP address. You're using Bastion, you can take the remote over the internet. So we will see this. Now we got a question, side to side VPN case, we need to keep VMs or AZ IP range will be different IP range. Am I right? Meaning your on-premises IP range should be different, my dear friend, and your VNet IP range should be different. Then only the VPN will work. For example, your VNet is 192.168, your on-premises should be 10.172.16. It should not be same. It should not be overlapping. Now, these are the method 1 we will see today. Method 2, method 3 we will see in upcoming session. Now, how can we access internet from the DBVM? Is Bastion chargeable? Yes. Is VPN chargeable? Yes. Now, how we can access internet from the DBVM? Recommended approach is, recommended method is NAT gateway. NAT gateway allows outbound internet access. What NAT gateway does? NAT gateway allows outbound internet access from the VM. So NAT gateway we will learn, which is very popular for outbound internet access from the VM, not inbound. So NAT gateway has a public IP. When we create the NAT gateway has a public IP address, has a public IP. using that public IP, one more thing here, NAT gateway is attached to subnet. So we will create a NAT gateway and we will attach it to the DB subnet. So we will create a NAT gateway and attach to DB subnet. So all VMs in DB subnet will use the NAT gateway public IP to access the internet. Okay. So why do we require outbound internet from the VM? Like for example, we want to upload some software, we want to download some new software. So we require outbound internet access from the VM. So DB VM, the database VM is very critical. We don't want the inbound access. We don't want people to RDP from the internet. So we don't require the public IP for the DB VM. We have removed we will remove the public IP. Because we don't want access from the internet. Database is critical, na? Database has everything. Database server we cannot expose to the internet. Database server should not be accessible from the internet. Internally, it should be accessible. So what we will do, we will go ahead, we will go to the database VM, click on the public IP, disassociate and delete. Then what will happen? The RDP access will be lost. Now the question is how we will RDP the VM. We will go to the web VM. From the web VM, we will RDP the database VM. Now, how from the VM we can access the internet? Because we require internet access from the VM, like to download some software, upload some software for maintenance purpose of the VM. So internet access is required from the VM. So who will provide the internet access? So NAT gateway says I will do the job. I will provide outbound internet access from the VM. Okay, let's see this. Then some more questions we will answer. So first we will do this. So my dear friend, can you please go to the database VM? Can you please click on the database VM? Are you on the database VM? Now, once you are on the database VM, then you have to click on the public IP address. Please click on the public IP address. Have you clicked on the public IP address? After clicking on public IP address, you have to click on overview. Have you clicked on overview? Now, do you see disassociate? Click on disassociate. Click on yes, this action will permanently disassociate the public IP address from the NIC of the VM. Click on yes. Done, my dear friends. Then you will lose the RDP access of the DB VM. And my VM public IP right now is 4186. Now I will lose the access because I've removed this public IP. And not delete, do not keep this public IP. We don't need this public IP. So please click on the delete button and click on yes. So have you deleted the DBVM public IP address? See, my dear friend, you have to go to the VM, DBVM, click on the public IP, click on overview. You will come on this page, click on overview and click on disassociate. Wait for few seconds, 30 seconds, and then click on delete. Meaning in 30 seconds, the disassociation should complete and the delete button will be active. Now what happened? You have lost the RDP access to the DBVM. Now go to your VM. Have you gone to your VM? Do you see that DBVM is not having public IP, correct? Can you repeat? Okay, I will repeat this. See, you have to go to the, now repeat is challenging here because I have done the job. So I will go to the web VM, you go to the DBVM, okay? So you have to go to the DBVM, click on the public IP, click on overview and click on disassociate and wait for some time and then click on delete. Okay, directly if you try to delete, it will give you error because it is associated. So disassociate, then delete. Now, is the public IP gone for the DBVM? Perfect. Now, database server, we don't want it to be exposed to the internet. We have removed the public IP. Now, how can we RDP? We will lose RDP access to the DBVM. Now, the question is how we will RDP the DBVM? Method 1, we can take RDP of the DBVM from the web VM using the private IP of the DBVM. What is the private IP? 1.4. So can you please go to the web VM, open up the command prompt, and type mstsc and put the private IP address, click on connect, put the username, put the password, and tell me, my dear friends, are you able to RDP? I am able to RDP. See, I am able to RDP. This is my DBVM RDP. Now tell me, are you able to access the internet from the DBVM? Please repeat. See, what is the last point? What is the last point you remember? From there, we can repeat for you. Deleted the public IP. Okay, then you have to go to the web VM, my dear friend. Go to the web VM, RDP of web VM. Okay, tell me, have you deleted the public IP of the database VM? Okay, have you gone to the web VM? Web VM. From the web VM, type mstsc and type the private IP address of the DBVM. mstsc, type the private IP address of the DBVM and you will be able to RDP like this 192.168.1.4. From the web VM, you have to username and password you have to give and click on OK, and you will be able to RDP the database VM from the web VM. Okay, so this point is clear. Method 1 you have seen, right? We can take RDP of database VM from web VM using the private IP. Correct? Okay, so now my dear friend Jitender says I am facing a problem. So my dear friend Jitender, please click on the green button, share button. Unable to get delete option after disassociate. Okay. So can you go and search for public IP? See, you have disassociated, but if you're not able to see your public IP, so the way you search virtual machine, the same way search public IP. In the search bar, the way you search subscription, correct. Public IP address, correct. Now click on the database VM, correct. Click on delete. Click on yes. Now go to the web VM. Now you have to go to the web VM, and from there you have to take the RDP using the private IP address of the DB VM. So now one different thing you are seeing here. What is the difference here which I have put method 2 and method 3? We will see later how we can access internet from the DBVM. Logically, you should not be able to access internet from DBVM. Correct? Logically, you should not be able to access internet from the DBVM. But right now, you are able to access internet from DBVM. Right now, you are able to access internet from the DBVM. Why? What is this? So there is a concept in Azure that is known as Azure outbound internet access. Azure default outbound internet access. There is a concept Azure default outbound internet access. Because of this, from your VM, you are able to access. Because of this concept, Azure default outbound internet access provides random public IP to VM who are not having their own public IP. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? The concept is Azure default outbound internet access. And because of this Azure default outbound internet access, you are getting a random public IP. See here, any public IP you get, it is not your VM public IP. The VM public IP was this, that is deleted, that is gone. Random public IP Azure will give you. So people complained, yeah, Azure, what you are doing? We don't want. We don't want. So for this, there is no charge. Azure default outbound internet access, for this Azure default outbound internet access, this facility is not chargeable. But whatever you browse and if you, that we will discuss, egress is chargeable. So what is egress, what is ingress, that we will discuss in the next session. People said that Azure, we don't want this facility. So after September 2025, this facility, Azure default outbound internet access, will not work. will be stop. And it is not recommended also. It is not recommended also to use Azure default outbound internet access for the production environment. They are just giving it. No one has asked till they are giving it. So people said we don't want it. So they are going to stop in September 2025. So what is the recommended way for recommended way? The recommended way is NAT gateway. What is the recommended way for outbound internet access from the VM? The recommended way is NAT gateway. Are you getting the point that why we are able to access the internet from the VM when the VM is not having public IP? Are you getting the question, my dear friend? Why we are able to access the internet from the VM when it is not having a public IP address? So the answer is there is a concept in Azure known as Azure Default Outbound Internet Access. Azure says if the VM is not having public IP, we will provide random public IP. Internet access will work, but this facility we will stop in September 2025. So then what is the best today and tomorrow also? What is the best approach? The best approach is NAT gateway. See here. If I go to Google and if I search this default outbound internet access in VM, in Azure VM. So they have given here after September 30, 2025, new VNet will default to using private subnet, meaning that an explicit outbound method must be enabled in order to reach public endpoints on internet and within Microsoft. We recommend that you use one of the following explicit forms. So what they are saying, now there is a concept of private subnet also. And what they are saying that use the recommended method, that is NAT gateway. NAT gateway is the recommended method. So the point is, my dear friend, here if a customer says that we do not want this, why is disabling default outbound access recommended? Default internet access is not there. Explicitly you can define what you want. Okay, so it is good that we do something that is explicit, and that is NAT gateway. So my dear friends, before going ahead and discussing more thing, have you got this point? Have you got this point? Okay, now some people are facing some issue. We will help them. Now, my dear friend Richard, you are facing some problem. So we will make you the host. So please click on the green button, share button. We will discuss that also. Can we disable this? We would be discussing that also. Okay, so my dear friend Aaron, Richard, can you please click on the green button, share button? My dear friend Aaron, perfect. That is good. Okay, please go to the web VM. From the web VM, what you have done? You have done opposite. You have done opposite, my dear friend. You have removed the public IP of web VM. So do opposite. Then type mstsc. Oh, you have done correct. Then what is the problem? Oh, 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 oh. Something is confusing. Type hostname here. This is DBVM. Type mstsc. You have done little bit opposite thing. Type here 0.4, click on connect. Perfect. You do opposite. You have done opposite, so you have to do like this. A user RDP session has ended. Another user connected to the remote, so your connection was lost. Try again or contact your network administrator. If you're getting this error, then wait for some time and then try again. Click on OK. See, I got your point. You are not able to RDP and you're getting that error. You have to give it some time. As of now, we don't have any solution for that because it's a new error. So you have to give it some time. I have problem my configuration. Please check configuration right or no. Please click on the green button, share button. Now we cannot check the entire configuration, whatever lab you have done, but at least we can just quickly take the remote and see. Please click on the green button, share button. Where is your portal? Okay, you have web VM, you have DB VM. You have not removed the public IP of the DB VM. You have web VM, you have DB VM, correct? Fine, internally you are able to take the RDP. Only thing which you have not done is you have not removed the public IP address of the DB VM. Anyways, now leave it, whatever happen, happen. Okay, now please have a look on the screen, my dear friends. Please have a look on the screen. Have you got this point that we can access the internet from the DBVM? So how we can access the internet from the DBVM if we have removed the public IP address? So the answer is there is a concept known as Azure default outbound internet access. Now, can we disable this? So once you create the VNet, it can't be disabled. But in new VNet, when you are creating a new virtual network, when you are creating a new virtual network, at that time, there is an option. When you create the subnet, at that time, there is an option. Later on, if you go and tick right now in your VNet and subnet, it does not work. But at the time of creation, this option is there, which is known as private subnet. Now, what is the meaning of private subnet? Private subnet enhance security but not providing default outbound internet access. Are you getting the point? If you remove the public IP of the VM which is inside the private subnet, will it get default outbound internet access? Will it get default outbound internet access? What do you think? Let's see who can answer this. Let's see how many people are totally present here. Even though we are going slow, we are drawing diagrams, we are typing things on the notepad. Let's see how many people can catch this. So what is the correct answer, my dear friend? If your complete focus is here, what is the correct answer? See, for learning, focus is required and preparation is required. You have to be completely in the sync with the trainer. I've seen some people joining late. Some people lab is not created. If you are not serious about your career, then no one is serious. Your career, your package, your value, your respect. Simple. Okay. No one will be serious about your career apart from you. Getting the point, my dear friend? You are the number one and the only person for your career. Now, private subnet enhance security by not providing default outbound access. So the correct answer is no. If I click on this and in this subnet becomes private subnet, and inside this subnet, the servers which are there, if I remove the public IP, then they will not get the default outbound internet access which we are getting right now. Then what is, if I want internet from those VMs, then the recommended approach is NAT gateway. Now, what is NAT gateway? We would be learning in this session. Can we enable this later? Meaning, I have the VNet. Can I go to the subnet and can I enable this later? Option is there, but it does not work. It does not work. Option is there, but later on it does not work. Later on it does not disable the default outbound internet access. And anyways, in September 2025, this feature will stop. So the only way is for outbound internet access. What is the correct way? The correct way is, what is the correct way, my dear friend? The correct way is NAT gateway, correct. Okay, so now we will learn how to create a NAT gateway. Okay. Now just give me a moment.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, so my dear friends, I'm back. Now we will learn about NAT gateway. Before going ahead, I think Chandrakant, you have put some issue, right? I have deleted Chandra Prakash. Okay, Chandra Prakash, my dear friend, we will make you the host. So please click on the green button, share button. Okay, so click on connect. You have been disconnected because another connection was made to the remote computer. Give it some time and try again. Okay, for this error, we recommend that give it some time and then try again later. Okay, now what we will do is we will create a NAT gateway. So my dear friends, can you please go to the portal and search for NAT gateway? Can you please go to the portal and search for NAT gateway? So have you searched for NAT gateway? Do you see NAT gateway here? Okay, what NAT gateway will do? See, NAT gateway is a service that provides outbound internet connectivity to the VM. Using NAT gateway, multiple VMs can use NAT gateway public IP and access the internet. So individual VM do not need their own public IP. Okay, so NAT gateway is used in scenario where you do not want to provide individual public IP to the VM, but you want outbound internet access from the VM. Like you want to download some software from the VM, you want to update the existing software of the VM, you require outbound internet access from the VM. So NAT gateway has its own public IP. It can be single static public IP or pool of public IP. So if you have like 100 of servers using NAT gateway, then it is good that you can go for pool of public IP known as public IP prefix, which is required at a very high level setup. Lot of servers, like 100 of servers are there. Then you can have 2-4 public IP. Most of the cases, one public IP of the NAT gateway is enough. And the NAT gateway can be attached to the multiple subnet within the same VNet. And NAT gateway do not support inbound connection, meaning NAT gateway has public IP. Using that public IP, you cannot take the RDP of the VM. That it does not support. It only supports outbound internet access from the VM. Only from the VM you can access the internet using the public IP of the NAT gateway. That is the purpose of NAT gateway. So not just one VM, all the VM in that subnet can use the NAT gateway public IP to access the internet. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's create a NAT gateway. So can you please click on plus create? Are you on this page, on the page of create a NAT gateway? Now please select the resource group. Have you selected the resource group? Now give it a name, my NAT gateway. So have you given a name, my NAT gateway? Okay, now please go ahead and select the region Central India and availability zone, zone 1. So have you selected zone 1? So here the NAT gateway will be created in zone 1, huh? But the NAT gateway is for all the VM in all the zones. Okay, so it doesn't mean that this NAT gateway is only for zone 1. No, this NAT gateway is for all the VMs in all these zones. We before created zone 3, you might have created the VM. This is NAT gateway. So my dear friends, have you done this? Set a NAT gateway for every resource group? No. See, this NAT gateway is created in zone 1, but it works for all the VM of all these zones. So for example, this NAT gateway, we will attach it to the DB subnet. And in the DB subnet, for example, there are 3 VM, one in zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Okay, like 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, all are database server. They will use the public IP address of the NAT gateway to access the internet. So they all can use the public IP address of the NAT gateway to access the internet. Now, my dear friends, click on the next, that is outbound IP. Have you click on outbound IP? Now, please go ahead. Do we need a public IP prefix? No, we don't have hundreds of servers. We just have few servers. So we will go for create a new public IP address. Please click on create a new public IP. If my VM is in zone 1, can it be used for VM in zone 2? Yes, it can be used. So my dear friend, can you please go and give the NAT gateway, give it a name, NAT gateway public IP, PIP, performance improvement plan. The most danger thing in the company. So have you given NAT gateway public IP? Have you given the name? Click on OK button. Now, once you have done this, click on subnet. Have you click on subnet? I'm saying we got a question. I'm saying every resource group need NAT gateway, or we can use one NAT gateway. NAT gateway has no relation with resource groups, my dear friend. NAT gateway is attached to the subnet. So the question is, NAT gateway is created in zone 1. Will it work for the VM of zone 1 only? No, it will work for all the VM in any zone. And NAT gateway works at the subnet level. So here resource group has no relation. Here funda is NAT gateway is attached to the subnet. So you have to select the subnet. So please select the VNet and select DB subnet. Now in DB subnet, you will be having virtual machines, correct? We have a VM with the name of DB VM, correct? Now that DB VM, for example, imagine that it is in different resource group. It does not matter here. Resource group matching has no relation. Here relation is of NAT gateway is attached to the subnet. So all the VM in that subnet will use the NAT gateway public IP to access the internet. Getting the point, my dear friend? So have you click on the DB subnet? So we can connect NAT gateway with multiple subnet. Perfect. If required, we can click on web subnet. So all web subnet VMs can use the public IP address of the NAT gateway. Why only DB subnet? See, why DB subnet? Because you have to read this. What we have done with the VM in the DB subnet? We have removed the public IP. See, if the VM has its own public IP now, it says I will not use the NAT gateway public IP. So even though if you attach it to the web subnet, they won't use the NAT gateway public IP because web subnet has web VM. Web VM says I have my own public IP. Why I will use NAT gateway public IP? But DB subnet says I don't have public IP. So it is for this. Now going ahead, the range you won't see, you can ignore this. So you won't see the range. So just ignore this part. Okay. Have you done till here? Can we go ahead? Now click on the next, that is tags. Tags are optional. If you want to give the tag created by value the name of the engineer you want, you can give. They are optional. Click on review plus create. So have you click on review plus create? Perfect. Now click on create. Have you click on create? NAT is chargeable, correct. NAT is a chargeable service. Okay, is your NAT gateway getting deployed? Now, my dear friend Chandra, you are facing the issue. We will help you. Please click on the green button, share button. Done also, solve also. That's great. That's too fast. So, is the NAT gateway deployed? Now, what is the meaning of TCP IP idle with timeout 4 minutes while creating the NAT gateway? Like if no connection is done on the public IP for 4 minutes, the TCP IP session is reset. Nothing we have to do. That is by default, we have to keep it as it is. Like for example, you take the RDP and R not RDP will not be a good example. Like for example, you connect to the server, which is having public IP web server, and you go to any website and no connection you do, no refresh you do, nothing you do. So your connection will be reset. So here if the timer is 4 minutes, so in 4 minute connection will be reset. I am facing an issue. Now what issue you are facing, my dear friend? Have you created the NAT gateway? My dear friend Swapnil, have you created the NAT gateway? Created, then we can take the remote. Meaning, I'm afraid. Someone says I'm facing issue, we take the remote and said, I just joined and I've not done anything. So that's why we ask few questions, we get an idea. So my dear friend Swapnil, can you please click on the green button, share button? So Swapnil says that he is facing resource group issue. Okay. Just leave this, meaning select network watcher or what all resource group you have. Can you show in the drop down? Just click on resource group, my dear friend. Oh, go to NAT gateway. Go to NAT gateway. Search for NAT gateway. Click on NAT gateway. Click on plus create. Select the resource group from the drop down. So many resource group you have. Select any one. You have given names also. Name of the resource group also. It is incorrect. Now select any other resource group like DMNSG, DVMNSG. Now give it a name, my NAT gateway. Space is not allowed. Now you have to click on next, outbound public IP, and Click on create a new public IP. NAT gateway public IP. NAT gateway PIP also you can give, and don't give space. Now click on OK. Click on next subnet. Select the VNet, select the DV subnet. You have not created the lab properly, my dear friend. We have to check your entire lab, and we don't have that much time. Now, my dear friend Tarun, we will make you the host. See, lab what we are giving to you now in the lab video. Please create exactly the same thing. If you face problem, delete everything, create again. So, my dear friend Tarun, please click on the green button, share button. Okay, what problem you are facing? Select a different region or contact support to increase the public IP. You also have not done properly. So can you please search for public IP address? Search for public IP. See, you might be thinking that it is a wastage of time. Wastage of time will happen when I will invest a lot of time. When I take the remote, you see errors, and you are getting a learning of free troubleshooting, my dear friend. Please search for public IP. Search in the search bar, you have to search for public IP. Correct. Search for public IP here. I also know time is important and I don't recreate everything. I just see that can I help someone with a little bit push. Click on public IP address, click on OK. Now DBVM public IP you have not deleted. So that's why you are getting the error. Now, see my dear friend, 3 public IP. Now you have to just leave it and see on the screen. The problem at your side is 3 public IP address limit is there, and that limit has reached in free trial, and that's why you are getting the error. Okay, my dear friend Tarun. So now you have to just see what is happening in the NAT gateway part. So instead of giving 100 plus VMs public IP, one IP for NAT gateway can be used for internet IP, so it will save money. Instead of you giving 100 plus VMs public IP, one IP for NAT gateway, you are right. That is the correct thing. That is the best thing. I need assistance. Okay. We will make you the host. I got deployment error. Please click on the green button, share button. See, I take the remote. You know why? Believe me, it's a free troubleshooting that we are getting. A free error. At least we are able to see what errors we are getting. So please click on, my dear friend Taha, please click on the green button, share button. Just did. Okay, that's great. The resource write operation failed to complete successfully because it reached terminal provision state fail. Now click on conflict error detail. What is the error message? IP config is used by resource and prod is not in succeed, resource in fail, and the last operation that update. Okay, leave it. This is from the Azure side. Azure is not allowing you right now. You can try this later on. Okay. So Azure gives this kind of error, especially in free trial subscription, failed and something like this. Okay. Now the deployment is completed. Now can you please go to the NAT gateway? Are you on this page, on the page of NAT gateway? Now please click on the NAT gateway and click on settings and click on settings. After clicking on the NAT gateway, click on settings and click on outbound IP. Do you see the NAT gateway IP? So my dear friends, what does it mean? It means that all the VMs in the database subnet will use the NAT gateway public IP to access the internet. Let's check. Can you please go and refresh and check? Can you please go to the DBVM, refresh and check? What is my IP address? And it should be the NAT gateway public IP 4.186.24.33. Perfect. So now my DBVM is using the NAT gateway public IP address to access the internet. Are you getting the point? Can I use this public IP to take the remote of the DBVM from the internet? What do you think? Can I use this public IP to take the remote of the DBVM from the internet from my laptop? Correct, it will not work. So it is not for inbound, it is only for outbound. So when you remove the public IP address from the VM, like example database VM, for security purpose, you don't want that server to be public. So you remove the public IP. And most of the servers in the company in the production environment will be private only. Are you getting the point? We don't require public IP for every server. Are you understanding, my dear friend? Most of the server in your real environment will be private only. Only few servers will be public. That should be like public website. Only those will be public. So when your servers are not having public IP, but still you require internet access from them. So NAT gateway will help you. So NAT gateway is very cost saving feature. So for example, you have 100 database server example in the database subnet. You remove the public IP, you don't need public IP. NAT gateway, one you attach, one public IP of the NAT gateway will be used to access the internet. Okay. So I hope you have understood the concept of NAT gateway. Now the next point we will discuss and the session will end. Now what is the next point? I have created NAT gateway but unable to verify. If you have created NAT gateway, then go to the database VM, type what is my IP. On Google, type what is my IP. Click on that, check the IP. The IP that you see, it should be the IP address of the NAT gateway. Okay, it should be the IP address of the NAT gateway. NAT gateway setting is there, outbound is there. That IP should be there. That means it is correct. If not, then later on you have to redo. But unable to take RDP of database VM, you are facing that multiple connection error. No? Later on you can retry. You have to leave it on luck now because nothing can be done. So later on you can retry for that. Now, coming to the next point, my dear friend, the next point, the next topic, small topic is, which is related to today's discussion, that is VNet peering. So VNet peering means what? Now further, whatever people were meaning, whatever errors you are facing, my dear friend, leave it. Focus on the new point. Okay, we have taken the remote, we have done our best. Now focus on the new thing. You can later on, you can refer the LMS and do it. Now VNet peering is something which is sometimes required in the production environment to connect between two different VNet. Now for example, you have a VNet 192.168.0.0/16 and you have two subnet. One is the web subnet and the range is 192.168.0.0/24. Other is the DB subnet and the range is 192.168.1.0/24. So here is the web VM. Here is the DB VM. So as we have discussed that within the same VNet, one subnet can talk with another subnet. But what if we have two VNets, two different VNet, and we want to allow communication between them? So for example, there is a VNet of 10.0.0/16, and here there is a subnet, like for example, my subnet, and the range of the subnet is 10.0.0/24, and the server 10.0.0 slash sorry 10.0.0.4, and the name of the server we will give as VM in VNet B. Turn off the firewall. Here I turn off the firewall, local firewall. Here I turn off the local firewall. Here also we will turn off the local firewall. And from this server, meaning you ping from year to year, or you ping from year to year. Anyways will work. So from here, it will be easy from us to do ping from here. So from here, we will try to ping 192.168.0.4. It will not work. From here, we will ping 192.168.1.4. It will not work. Because between two VNet by default communication is not allowed. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? Between two VNet by default communication is not allowed. Even though both the VNet are created by you, but VNet is a secure boundary. So two VNets communication is not allowed. If you want to allow communication between them, then you have to perform something which is known as VNet peering. And then your communication will go on the Azure backbone fiber, not over the internet, from the Azure backend fiber. You can consider as the private network. Azure backend fiber it will go, meaning in short, not over the internet. And there is a concept in VNet peering which is known as local peering and global peering. Local peering means if both the VNet are in central India, then it will be known as local peering. Local peering charges are less. See, in peering charges are there. For example, from here you copy 1 GB data. So you will be charged for 1 GB. But in local peering charge will be less. And in global peering charge will be more. Why? Because in local peering both the VNet are in same region. Distance is less. They are in the same region. So data transfer is fast plus distance is also less. But if one VNet is in central India and other VNet is in South India, then it is known as what? It is known as local or global peering. It is known as global peering, correct. So here the charges will be more. Obviously distance is more, so charges will be more. So VNet peering is free. But when you copy the data, as per the data, charges will be there. Is this point clear, my dear friend? So now for VNet peering, now your 100% focus is required. So what we have to do right now is we have to create a virtual machine. We will create in central India only. And we will perform local peering because in other region you face issue while creating the VM. So we will create a VM in central India with the name of VM in VNet B. And then we will learn how to perform VNet peering. So my dear friends, please look on the portal, please look on the screen. Can you please go to the portal and search for virtual machine? And are you on this page? On the page of virtual machine? Okay, are you on this page? Now, once you're on this page, click on plus create, click on the virtual machine, plus create virtual machine. Okay, now please select the resource group. Have you selected the resource group? Now please give a name VM in VNet B. So can you please go and give a name VM in VNet B? Okay, region Central India. Availability zone 1, you are facing problem in zone 1, then you have to select zone 2. Zone 3, any zone will work. Selected, my dear friend. Select zone 2 because you are facing problem in zone 1. Then image is Windows Server 2025 Data Center Azure Edition, correct? Have you selected this image? Facing problem in all the zone, then create in East US. Meaning Azure is giving so many problem for free trial people. So getting warning size 2 core are needed for this, but only 0 vCPU remains for the standard BS family. Are you people getting the same error? So the limitation is of in each region 4 core and 3 public IP is the limit. So in central India already you have used 4 core, 2 core each. Now what to do? So create this lab in East US, West US, any other region. So can you please go back up and change the region from central India to East US? Is it allowing you in East US? Zone 1, Zone 2, it should work. Zone 1 you might get error, but Zone 2, Zone 3 in East US. Change the region, my dear friend. Have you changed the region? Same issue. Okay. West US 2. What about in West US 2? East US Zone 1 is working. Perfect. Meaning you have to do some research, my dear friend. If East US Zone 1, East US normally should work. But if you are getting some error, try some other region like Australia or North Europe, anything. East Asia, perfect. Which OS we need to select 2025? So I am selecting East US, for example, Zone 2, and select the operating system as 2025. Done. Have you selected the Windows Server 2025 data center? Select any region, select any zone. Now you have to scroll down. Oh, I also getting zone 2, zone 3 are supported. Okay. Fine, I got a message there, so I changed to zone 3. But Ashore should be happy with me. I'm a pay-as-you-go person. Now, standard size B2S. Are you getting the size B2S? Perfect, that's great. Now please give the username. Please give the username and the password So have you given the username and have you given the password? Perfect. Now, I hope you are not getting any error. All the errors you have resolved. Now, please click on the disk. Disk, keep it as it is. Click on networking. Have you click on networking? Now, click on your, what we will do is, we will click on create new, click on in the VNet part, click on create new. Have you click on create new? So you have to click on create new here and change the VNet name to VNet B. Can you please change the VNet name to VNet B? And keep this range as it is. Keep this range as it is, because there is a criteria, both cannot be 192 168.0.0/16, then peering will not happen. It will give you VNet, both the VNet address space is same, address range is same, peering cannot happen. Keep this as it is, 10.0.0/16, and this is the subnet name. Default is the name. You can change it to my subnet. Okay, you can change it to my subnet. So keep this as it is, as it is. Okay, keep this as it is. Whatever is in the checkbox, you can change that. Done. Now click on the OK button. Have you click on the OK button? Perfect. Now click on review plus create. So please go ahead and click on review plus create. Have you click on review plus create? And after clicking on review plus create, please go ahead and click on create. Have you click on create? Done. Is the deployment going on? So let's wait for the deployment to be completed. So let's wait for the deployment to be completed. Okay, once we do the VNet peering, then we will take up a break. Session will end. VNet peering is very simple. Nothing big thing we have to do. They have made the peering concept really simple. In like 2 to 5 minutes, peering is done. Can you repeat the networking part? How can I repeat? I have click on review plus create. So just imagine that you are on the networking page. Click on create new, give the VNet name VNet B, and keep the range as it is 10.0.0/16. Give the subnet name from default to my subnet. Keep the subnet range as it is 10.0.0/24. Click on OK and click on review plus create. Is it done? Is the deployment completed? Okay, now once the deployment is completed, then you have to go to the virtual machine and you will see your VM in VNet B. So please click on the VM in VNet B, VM in VNet B, and then copy the public IP, and take the RDP of the virtual machine. So have you copied the public IP address and have you taken up the RDP of the virtual machine? Perfect. Now it is taking some time for the login to happen. Okay, now click on accept. And after clicking on accept, my dear friend, now type CMD. CMD command prompt. Have you typed CMD? So one VNet is in Central India, other VNet is in my case, it is in East US. So it's a global peering now. So have you opened up the command prompt? Now you have to type host name. After typing host name, type IP config. Now what IP you see? 10.0.0.4. Okay, do you see 10.0.0.4? Now can you go and type here firewall.cpl? You want to allow ICMP in the firewall, Windows firewall, or you can just turn off the firewall. Firewall.cpl, and I will simply turn off the firewall. Turn off and turn off and okay. So I have typed firewall.cpl and I have turned off the firewall. Now what I need to do is, before VNet peering, because this servers we have already turned off the firewall. Okay. Are you allowed ping in the firewall? So can I ping, meaning from this server, can I ping 192.168.0.4? Let's see. So can I do this? Ping 192.168.0.4. It is not working. Now Control C, I can break the ping. And can I try to ping 1.4 from the server? I'm pinging from the server. That's why I open up the command prompt and type hostname and I type ipconfig, that you don't open up the command prompt from your laptop. So just to be in sync, that you are opening up the command prompt from the correct server. So yes, we are not able to ping. So we will be able to ping after VNet peering. Now let's see how to perform VNet peering. So can you please go to the portal? Are you on the portal, my dear friends? Are you on the portal? Now type here VNet. You have to go to the virtual network. Please go to the virtual network. Are you on virtual network? Now how to perform VNet peering? Now imagine this my VNet, for example, this is VNet A. VNet A and VNet B. We need to perform the peering between them. Like my VNet and VNet B. So click on my VNet. I'm just saying my VNet as VNet A. Assumption. Actual name is my VNet. So have you click on my VNet? Have you click on my VNet? Now then you have to go to settings, and after clicking on settings, do you see peering? Without any downtime, you can perform VNet peering. No changes in NSG, no changes in routing, nothing you have to do. You will see how simple it is. So do you see the add button? Please click on the add button. Are you on this page? Okay, please scroll down. Please scroll down. Have you scrolled down? Do you see local virtual network summary? Do you see local virtual network summary? Please scroll down. After clicking on add, please scroll down. Here you have to give peering link name. So we will say my VNet peering to VNet B. My VNet to VNet B. Just give a name like this. My VNet is peering with VNet B. And here keep this checkbox only tick. That is allow VNet, my VNet to access the paired VNet. Communication should be allowed. These all are not for us. They are for very high level advanced routing scenarios when the on-premises is connected to Azure network and routing happens between them. For that, a very strong network background is required. So we don't need all these options of forwarded traffic and routing. We just need this for VNet peering. So my dear friend, have you given a name? Our VNet name is VNet prod. Fine. My VNet prod hyphen VNet B. Okay. Now please scroll up. Please scroll up. Have you scroll up? Peering link name, remote VNet name. See, my VNet will send a request to VNet B. VNet B will send the request to my VNet. So that we have to do from here only. So please give the name VNet B to my VNet. Peering is from VNet B to my VNet. So remote virtual network summary, meaning VNet B to my VNet. Meaning my VNet will send the request to VNet B. Hey, let's do peering. VNet B will send the request to my VNet. Let's do peering. Can you repeat? Sure. Have you click on add peering button? Then you have to scroll down. Scroll down local virtual network summary, peering link name, my VNet to VNet B. Give it a name. So my VNet will send the request to VNet B. And VNet B will send the request to my VNet. So in relationship, what happens? Persons send request to each other. Correct? Marriage proposal. So here we are performing a VNet peering. Same way here, my VNet is sending the request to VNet B. VNet B is sending the request to my VNet. So have you given a name? See, it is very simple. Just we have to give title. And then we have to select the VNet, that is VNet B. So can you please go and select VNet B here? Have you selected? Now can we perform? Now please have a look. Can we perform VNet peering between two VNet which are in different subscription? In my account, I have two subscription. So for example, my VNet A is in prod subscription, my VNet B is in test subscription. Can I perform peering between them? I want to connect the servers in VNet A to VNet B. Answer is yes, it can be performed. Can I perform VNet peering between two different account, between my account and your account? The answer is yes, it is possible. We have to read the documentations and it is possible. Are you getting the point? So VNet peering is possible between VNet in same subscription, in different subscription of the same account. Okay. And even between different account also. So done. Have you selected VNet B? Perfect. Now, once you have done this, please click on the add button and relax. And go and check. No downtime, nothing. How much time it took? Are you getting the point? This is the beauty of cloud. Azure says in the backend, routing, firewall, we will handle. You enjoy whatever data transfer you want to do it. Connection is there now. Azure has really made networking very simple. Otherwise, people who are from the core network background, they know networking requires lot of changes in the backend. So done, my dear friend. Have you done this? Perfect. The lab is completed. So here you can see my VNet to VNet B. And if you go, please have a look. If you go to the other VNet B, if you go to VNet B, and if you go to peering, here you will see from my VNet B to my VNet. So from both sides, the request is done and the peering is formed. Not able to ping. Turn off the firewall. Have you turned off the firewall? My dear friend Ajit, the number one reason is turning firewall is on. Turn off the firewall. Simple. So you have turned off the firewall still. Okay. Then you are the number one contender for remote. Please click on the green button, share button. Perfect. This is correct. So can you show us your server? Can you type IP configure? Okay. Can you show the ping result? Ping space 192.168.0.4. Type 192.168.0.4. 0.4, my dear friend. So are you ready to give party to everyone? See, above above ping something was missing. But at most of the things you have done correct, my dear friend. Only IP was wrong. Okay, so that's it for this session. Please have a look. Whatever we have created in this session is not required for the next session. Now, some people, they get a big pain in their heart. Arey yaar, so many effort I've put. And now the trainer is telling me to delete. My dear friend, you have to practice 10 times, 5 times you have to practice. See, 30 days free trial is there, na? So that should put a pressure on you, automatic. So leave all Instagram, Netflix, Amazon Prime, leave all shit. Focus here. Otherwise, you have to create the free tier account again. So Monday to Friday, you have time. Half hour, 1 hour, 45 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever you get, go to LMS, practice. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? Practice will make you perfect. Whatever issues you are getting, that issues will get resolved. 2, 3 times you practice, it will go in your mind and heart, and you will become strong. Okay, so don't worry, delete the resource group. This lab is not required for the next session. In the next session, we would be having a theoretical lecture. Okay, but it is a very important theory. So keep a cup of coffee also along with you. Okay, so it's an important theory, but it's a critical theory. So let's take a break and let's meet in the next session. Please delete this resource group.
Recording stopped.
So this lab is not required for the next session. Just delete the entire resource group. Everything will get deleted. So let's meet at 4:10. Okay. 3:53. Okay. 4:10 would be good. Hi everyone. Are you able to hear me? Is my voice audible to you? Perfect.
Recording in progress.
So my dear friends, let's start. And in today's session, we would be learning about cost saving and about cost analysis techniques. So first thing is, before learning them, we will learn how to set budget. And budget is something that gives us a good information before the bill comes. Meaning, for example, you have set up the budget of 5,000 rupees and your billing cycle is from 1st of July to 31st of July. This is your billing cycle. And on 10th of July, it has reached 5,000. So you will be informed, you will be alerted. Email will go to you. Even we can configure SMS also. So budget actually comes in cost saving techniques. But budgets will not stop your servers. They will not delete your server. No, no, cross 5,000, let's delete everything, all disaster. No, they will just inform you. Okay, so the first thing that we will see is how to set up budgets. So my dear friends, let's go to the portal. So are you on the portal, portal.azure.com, and there is no requirement for this session. No requirement, no lab requirement. Are you on the portal? Perfect. Now, please go to subscription. Please go to subscription. Are you on this page, on the page of subscription? Now, please click on the subscription. Have you click on the subscription, my dear friends? Now, in cost management, do you see budgets? In cost management, do you see budgets? Are you on this page? Now, do you see the add button? Now, click on the add button. Have you click on the add button? Okay. Now, please go ahead. Okay, I got a message for repeat. So please please stay on this page. And you have to go to subscription. Click on your subscription. Click on budgets. In cost management, you will see budget. Click on the add button. Subscription, cost management, budgets. Now, give it a name, like for example, my budget. So have you given a name, my dear friends? Okay, now once you have given the budget name, the reset period is monthly. So what reset period you see? Reset period you see, my dear friend, here. Do you see anything else monthly, quarterly, and yearly? Annually, meaning quarterly, meaning 3 month budget you want to set. Monthly budget we want to set. We don't want to go for quarterly and annually. And the budget will start from 1st of July. That is, I think that is my billing cycle. It has noted down 1st of July. And the expiry date is 30th of June 2027. It can go up to 2025. Okay. So budget will stay for a long time, and every month the budget will reset to zero. But the budget is for a long time. So keep the expiry date. You can keep it for a long time, or whatever it is, you can leave it. Why not weekly? Weekly budget option they have not given because weekly would be too less. See, your bill comes not weekly, your bill comes monthly. So mostly we are more, when it comes to charges, if you see, all the bill comes monthly only. Electricity bill comes monthly. Some other bill which you might be having, that is would be coming monthly. EMI is also not weekly, it is monthly. Are you getting the point? So monthly is a normal standard. So the bill comes monthly. So that's why the budget also, to track it, it becomes easy. So that's why it is monthly, not weekly. Now, please go and scroll down. Do you see the amount? For example, we can put an amount. What amount we should put? It gives us an idea also that this amount you can put. In my case, it is like my actual spending is 120 rupees. So it says that your current bill is till now is approximate 120 rupees. So in your case, it can be different. Let's give 1000, 2000, whatever you want, you can give. Have you done this? In 100 INR, correct. So we have to give here in INR, it is in INR. If in your case, if you are connected from outside India, if it is asking you in dollar, then you have to give in dollar. Suggested budget is 70.8 thousand based on forecast. You are using heavily. On my screen, it is showing 3250. Please check. No problem, my dear friend. See, I am using very carefully. I delete the resource group after the lecture. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? You people are practicing, revising, keeping the server for some more time. So you have some more charge. So please do not compare your charge with the charges that you see on my screen. Getting the point? Because I create the resource group. I create the resource group before the lecture. I create the lab before the lecture. You create the lab yesterday. You create the lab 4 hours before the lecture. Fine, you do that only. Yeah? Because I know the lab. So I create it instantly before the lecture and then delete it. We have to pay the charges. You have $200 credit now. Why you want to pay? Are you getting the point, my dear friend Pradeep? You have $200 in your pocket, meaning in Azure. From there, automatically the charges will get deducted. In my case, I have pay as you go, so I use it carefully. What amount give, whatever amount it is giving you in some forecast, meaning if your actual bill is, right now, you can go and check subscription, right click, open new subscription, and you can check. Mine is 128. One current cost is like 129. If your is like 100,000, 2,000, 5,000, give 6,000, give 7,000. It is your choice. Give something more. Are you getting the point? But don't give very much high so that the budget is never crossed. Give like, add some 1,000 rupees and give the budget. If you see 2,000, give the budget as 3,000. Here you see 4,000, give the budget as 5,000. Is it done? Can we go ahead? So mine is 129. So better I will give, like, for example, 500. Okay. Now click on the next button. Have you click on the next button? Are you on this page? Now select the budget type is actual, not forecasted, actual. Actual if the charges reach 50% of my budget. You can set like this, or 80% of my budget. My budget is 500, 80% is 400 rupees. So if 400 rupees, if the charges reach, I am creating server, if the charges reach in this billing cycle, if the charges reach 400 rupees, then what will happen? I will get an email. Then actual 90%, actual 100%, you will get error. We will remove that error. But just select actual 80, actual 90, actual 100. Done, my dear friends. Have you done this? Okay, now please put your email address. Please go ahead and put your email address. So have you put your email address, my dear friend? Have you put your personal email address? Any email address where you want the alert to come? Done? Okay. In upcoming lecture, we will learn what is action group. Action group is very useful. In action group, you can get email address also and phone number also, and you can add multiple users. Are you getting the point? Multiple users and their email and their phone number you can add in action group. Here also you can add multiple email, but phone number you cannot add, so you will not get SMS here. But in action group that facility is there. Action group we would be creating in the monitoring lecture. Now, language preference, keep it default and click on create. So have you click on create? Have you click on create? Done, my dear friend. So I got some message from Iron Man. So my dear friend Iron Man, I will reply you after the lecture. Expiry date 30 June 2027. Fine, no problem. We just want to test the budget. We don't want to keep it for 2020 till 2027 also. Not done. You have to do it. See, we are going very slow. We cannot go beyond this speed. Okay. Repeat will be fast. So go to subscription. Click on the subscription. Click on the budget. And click on search your budget. Click on budget. Click on the add button. Refresh. Budget is there. Perfect. Click on the add button. Then give it a name, my budget, keep it monthly only, set any amount, you can check your amount. My amount is current 129, add some 100, 200, 500,000 rupees in this, put that number, I put 500. Now click on the next, put your email, select actual 80%, actual 90, actual 100, then put your email, click on create, simple. So the budget is set, right? See, we require here 100% focus. Every session, for example, 5 people tell me to repeat. So 2 minutes will go, 10 minutes will go like this. Are you getting the point? We are going slow. You have to increase your speed. Now, the next thing is, are you on the page of subscription? Budget is set. Now, when the budget will trigger? The budget will trigger when my billing will increase. Here it will increase 400, 500 rupees. Then I will get an email. Are you getting the point? My servers will not be stopped. And after my billing cycle year, my billing cycle is from, where is it? Okay, I have to go there. For billing cycle, I have to search for billing. Previously, it was direct on this page. Now in billing properties, I have to go here. In billing properties, there I can see my billing period. So my billing cycle is from 1st of July to 31st of July. So after the 31st of July, what will happen? My budget will be reset to 0. Are you getting the point? Then it will track. Have I created the resources up to like 400 rupees? Then the email will go. 450 email will go. 500 email will go. Okay, so I will be informed that okay, I've crossed 400, cross 450, cross 500, like that. So budgets are very good, and every billing period they will get reset. Alert condition. Alert condition, you have to give actual 80%, actual 90%, actual 100%, and then put your email. That's it. Create the budget. Okay, now everyone, my dear friend, are you on the subscription? Are you on this page, on the page of subscription? Okay, now once you are on this page, can you please go to cost management? Do you see cost analysis? Do you see cost analysis? Okay, now once you see cost analysis, the next thing is, after clicking on cost analysis, here you can perform analysis of the cost. Like for example, please have a look. Like if you're curious that why I got this much bill. So what you can do is, you can go here in subscription, in cost management, there is cost analysis. You can go here, and here you will see view accumulated cost. Do you see cost by resource? Do you see cost by resource? Please click on cost by resource. Have you click on cost by resource? Perfect. See how in a beautiful way they have given. Do you see this? My server, this is the charge. Web 01 AZ1, this server, this is the charge. This server, this is the charge. This is the disk, this is the charge. This is the public IP, this is the charge. This is the virtual machine, this is the charge. This is the snapshot, this is the charge. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? See, in a beautiful way they have given. So, anytime if I want to find the resource with the highest cost, now I have to go here and I have to check like this, and I can find in the last month bill, okay, in the last quarter, last 6 months, last 7 days, last 30 days. Now I don't have the last month bill, but if I have, I can check from here. So are you on this page? Please show again. Okay, see, are you on this page, on the page of subscription, cost management, cost analysis? Then you have to click on view cost by resource. Do you see view cost by resource? So how you have used, you will get the charge. So you should not, meaning my charges are less because I use it for a very short time. Your charges will be high. But in the production environment, when you go, if you want to become favorite of the company, then you have to think of saving cost. You have to check the bill. The current billing cycle is going on. The current bill can be seen. This is the current bill. Current which is going on. Bill has not been generated. Sorry. This is the current one. Meaning 1st July to 31st July, this is going on. After 31st July, the bill will be generated. So if I am curious, I can go and check, and then I can discuss in my company that why we are using this resource and why we are getting a very high charge for this. Do we really need this resource? Why your forecast unavailable? Fine, we can ignore that because I've created a new account for this batch, meaning in this batch I've created a new account. So that's why even I don't have the previous bills. Previous bills are not there. So that's why I don't see the previous bill this month, this quarter, last invoices I don't see. So if I have the last invoice, now it will show me that this is your last invoice. Do you want to perform the cost analysis of the last invoice, last 6 month, last 3 month, last 1 month, or custom date? So it is good you perform the cost analysis. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? What message I want to pass to you? That in your company, go and check this cost analysis, last month bill, last 6 month bill, go and check. Are you getting the point? So do not compare my resources with your, ignore that. My forecast is not there, your forecast is there. Leave that, my dear friend. Focus on what the trainer is saying, passing the message. The important message is that in the production environment, check the bill. One student took this seriously, went to the company, saw that one resource was there which was causing very high. He was connected from UAE. He messaged me that, sir, a lot of cost I have saved because that resource was orphan, unused. No one knew why we have created. And we were paying for that. And no, in company, no one is ready to take ownership. You might be shocked. Everyone is like lenient. Who cares? But the one who thinks, the one who cares automatically is highlighted in the company. Always remember at the high level, you need to save cost. That's a part of your KRA. Many of you who are working at a very senior level, it's a part of your, already it's a part of your KRA. Okay, now coming to the next point. So have you got this understanding that you have to check the bill, you have to perform cost analysis, unwanted resources, orphan resources, unused resources might be created by some engineer. The engineer left the job. Resource is still there. Are you getting the point? No one knows why it is being used. So after taking proper approval, then delete. Proper show to your management this is what I have find out, and this is what I have done, and this is what I need to do. Okay. So perfect. Now going ahead, the next thing is cost by resource. Do you see daily cost? Daily cost. Do you see daily cost? Perfect. So can you please go ahead and click on daily cost? If you are curious that what resource was created on which day, so you can just click. Are you getting the point? Daily cost and daily cost by resource group. Now I don't want resource group. I want to group by resource. So group by a lot of thing is there, but we will go for resource. Group by resource. Can you please select group by resource? Year daily cost. Year group by resource. Have you done this? What is orphan disk and how we can find? You can go to the disk, and if the disk is unattached, meaning it is not reserved, it is not attached, it is written unattached, it is orphan. There is no owner of the disk, meaning it is orphan. Are you on this page? Do you see daily cost, group by resource? So if we click on this, July 11, I created this server. This was the charge. This was the charge. Public IP, this was the charge. So this is also good. Now, the next thing is you can click on cost by services. Cost by services. and you can get the charges by services, group by service name. I think it is taking some time, but fine, it should display. So group by services is also there. And now go to cost by resource. My dear friend, go to cost by resource. So because you are having a news subscription, are you able to see cost by service? Cost by service? Yes. Some people say no. Fine. Later on, if you check, you might see. Even I'm not seeing, but in my previous account, which I was using it for a very long time, I was able to see. Okay. Now, so here we can see the cost by service and everything, and like virtual machine service and disk service and public IP, meaning according to the service, the cost is there. Now please go here and click on cost by resource. Can you please go and click on cost by resource? Can you please go and click on cost by resource? Okay, here can we add a filter? 3 dot cost by resource. Okay. Let me check. I want to show here a filter. Okay, are you getting an option for the filter? Let me show you my old account. Okay, so this is my old account. And if I go to subscription here, prod one and cost analysis. So here I was using this account for a very long time. Then I change it. Here I can see all the bill, last 3 invoice, last 12 invoices. I can see all of them. And I want to perform an analysis. I can perform analysis of all of them. So here I can see a lot of information, meaning the last invoices also I can see. So I just want to go for current billing period, my current billing period, and cost, accumulated cost by resource, group by resource. And here add filter button is there. So why in my case, add filter button, it is not showing. Okay. So this add filter, in add filter tag, and in tag, we should see the created by tag, created by tag. So if you click on add filter option is present. We do not show add filter, my portal also. Okay. Fine. Meaning this is something from the Azure side. Even I can't do anything. Okay. So in one of my subscription, I can see add filter. Another one, I don't see add filter. We have to complain to Azure. No. In add filter, there is an option. There is an option of tags. And if we can see a tag created by tag, and we can filter using the tag. Are you getting the point? Meaning if tags you have applied, then you can filter using the tag, and you can see the resources wherever that tag is applied, and you can see their charges like created by Zamir. That tag I can filter, and I can see all the charges of the resources in which this tag is there. Meaning that simple thing we want to discuss. So have you got an understanding here, my dear friend, about cost analysis? You can perform the cost analysis of the current billing period. You can this month, meaning current billing period, and you can perform the cost analysis of the last bills, last invoices also. It is good that you perform a cost analysis. This will lead to cost saving. Now let's go ahead and let's discuss something about cost calculation. So when we talk about virtual machine, also custom date range is available, correct? Now when we talk about virtual machine, there are two types of virtual machine. One is Windows virtual machine and one is Linux virtual machine. And when we go to the virtual machine, after going here, for example, if I go to the virtual machine, if I click on plus create Azure virtual machine, after coming on this page, I select the resource group. I don't want to create the VM in this lab. Test VM, Central India, zone 1. Image is Windows Server 2025. So I can see the price here. Test VM, Central India, zone 1. And the price of the VM is, this is B2S. This is 2025. B2S meaning 2 core and 4 GB RAM. So the price of this virtual machine is $38. Image price, operating system image is $5 and the CPU memory size is $32. So are you getting the point? The point here is that this virtual machine price which you see, $38 per month, this price consists of the image plus the size, meaning image meaning the operating system and size meaning the hardware. So the VM size includes the OS plus the hardware. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? So some people, they have a question that do we need to pay for the OS separately? No. The VM size include the size of the operating system. Public IP cost will be separately added. Disk charge will be separately added. That is all separate. But focusing on the VM size, $38.54 per month, it includes the operating system size and the CPU memory size. Then if I change the operating system from Windows to Ubuntu and I keep the hardware same, so do you see the difference? The charge here is not 32.70. Charge of the operating system is not there. Only charge of the CPU memory is there. Are you getting the point? Obviously, in case of Linux, the operating system is free. They have some support charges, but operating system is free. So here, if I select Ubuntu, then in case of Ubuntu, no charge, but charge of the hardware is there. But if I select Windows Server 2025, charge of the image is there. So 32 plus 5 is like approximate, it is like 38.54. So you have got this point, right? VM charge includes the OS plus the hardware charge. Simple. In case of Linux, OS is free. In case of Windows, OS is chargeable. Then public IP charge will be there. Then disk charge will be there. And this charge is for 1 month. This is the monthly charge, meaning when you use the server for 1 month. But when you click on review plus create, when you click on review plus create, you get the hourly charge. So if you use for 1 hour, then you have to pay for 1 hour. I will just fill up the basics so that I can see the hourly charge. So it is how much you use, that much you have to pay. You use for 1 minute, then you have to pay for 1 minute. So how much you use, that much you have to pay. So hourly charge it is showing me. Obviously, if now minute level, second level charges, it will not show. But how much we use, that much we have to pay. So my dear friend, hourly charge, monthly charge, that they are showing. But it is pay as you go. Pay as you go means how much you use, that much you have to pay. That's why my charges are less, because I use less. I have used less to make the sentence complete. So have you understood till here? See, this is a interesting theory chapter. So I will take confirmation from you wherever I want, and we will go slow. Okay, now going ahead, I can see here that there is a disk charge, OS disk. This $38 is for the VM. OS disk charge, premium SSD 128 GB. These are the monthly charges. Hourly if you use, then accordingly you will be charged. Per minute you will use, accordingly you will be charged. But lump sum they are showing monthly charge. Now if I go to disk and if I change the disk to standard hard disk, then what will happen? Focus on disk, charge will be less. OS disk, standard hard disk, 128 GB, charge is less. I increase it to 2 TB, you increase the increase the size, charge is more. Then if I go to premium SSD, charge will increase. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? So if I go here 256, charges will change according to the size, according to the type. Then in case of ZRS, charge is more. See, 128 GB premium SSD LRS is $90 and the same premium SSD ZRS is more, $29. LRS, ZRS, do you remember? So the disk charges depend on size, depend on type, and depend on redundancy also. 3-factor. Okay, now the next thing is in networking. What is there? Networking, public IP. Public IP, $3. $3 per month, very less. $3 per month, not a big thing. 85 into 3. 85 into 3 is how much? 85 or 86? What is the price? Let's see. Let's consider 86. Approximate 258 and 300 rupees per month. So public IP charges are less, but if you have 100 of servers, then 100 public IP, then charges will increase. Then it will become $300. Now VM outbound data transfer, estimated data transfer GB. So here it is 0. Oh, 100 GB till 100 GB it is free. But if I go more than 100 GB, then what, it is not allowing me. Then it is chargeable. So VM data transfer till 100 GB you can transfer. But beyond that, after that you will be charged. Now in a better way we can see this. They have given here like this. It is good. Previously it was not there. But in a better way we can see in the pricing calculator. So can you please go to Google and search for Azure pricing calculator? Can you please go to Google and search for Azure pricing calculator? Are you on this page, on the page of Azure pricing calculator? Now that about 100 GB, we will get more information in the pricing calculator. Are you on this page? Now, can you please go and click on the pricing calculator, my dear friend? After clicking on pricing calculator, the next thing is we have to go ahead and we have to click on virtual machine. What we have to do? We have to click on virtual machine. So here, do you see all these services are there? These are like feature services. Then all the services related to compute, all the services related to networking, all the services related to storage, all the service related to web, meaning cloud is big. Cloud is used by everyone. Now, before clicking on any service, can you please scroll down? Do you see a template here? Now, I can see a blank estimate. Blank. This is correct. But do you see a filled up estimate? Filled up already, something is filled up. That creates some confusion. Do one thing. Click on the plus button. Click on the plus button. Do you see the plus button here? Please click on the plus button. Have you clicked on the plus button? And now click on the close button. First one, close it. The one which is already having some data, close that. So close. See, what I want to say here is click on plus, close the first one. Click on plus, close the first one. Click on plus, close the first one. Done. Now it is plain, it is clean. Now we can perform cost analysis. See, you have to search. I will repeat this. You have to go to Google and search Azure pricing calculator. You will come on this page. You have to scroll down. You have to click on plus. You have to click on the close. That's it. You are in sync. Done, my dear friends. Perfect. Now, once you have done this, now we have to go ahead and scroll up. Please scroll up. Have you scroll up? Now click on the virtual machine. Please click on the virtual machine. Have you click on the virtual machine? Perfect. Now is the virtual machine in your Azure pricing calculator. See, for any service, pricing calculator will help you. No one will ask you the prices. Calculator is there. Even I have not memorized prices. Why? Pricing calculator is there. For any prices, we have to read the correct document related to the service. We have to do research, go to the pricing calculator. As an example, how to use the pricing calculator, we will see in today's session. So have you click on virtual machine service? Are you on this page? Perfect. Now select the region. For example, I want to create a virtual machine in Central India. So please select Central India. Have you selected Central India here? Now I got a message 1D1, D2, V3, 2 CPU, 8 GB RAM into 730 hours by default. Show leave it. That is default provided by Microsoft. We can't go. They have given as an example, meaning they feel that we will just put something default and people will be able to understand. Otherwise, people when they see blank, they won't be able to understand. That's why they have given some default. We don't want that, so we have used the blank template. After the NTA gateway phase power failure issue, now only time is restored, so that please let me know when which topic covered, only topic name and confirm that watch. Okay, no problem, my dear friend. Topic name which you have missed in the previous lecture is NAT gateway, and this topic name is cost saving and cost analysis. Like this you will see in LMS. Okay, now you have selected the region Central India, operating system Windows, OS types, tier, standard. Here nothing we have to change. Category, they have given different category of VM size. Compute optimized, then we can see all compute optimized VM, their series, and then their sizes. Memory optimize, then we can see all the memory optimized series and their sizes. Okay, so different category of VMs are there depending upon the requirement. Some VM requirement is high memory, more memory, less CPU, memory optimize. Less CPU, more memory, compute optimize. Balance CPU, CPU and memory ratio should be balanced. GPU, like processing some kind of software which requires high GPUs. So in that case, the correct category can be selected. We will go for all, keep it all, and you can see all the size, all the size. Now for cost analysis and cost saving, now we require a good size VM. We don't want B2S, because in B2S it might be challenging for you to understand the concept of cost saving. So select DS15 V2. Can you select DS15 V2? DS15 V2. Have you selected DS15 V2 or any size you want, heavy size? 20 core 140 GB RAM, because we have to discuss something about how to save cost. So one more thing here, there is a concept in Azure which is known as the Azure naming convention. If I go to Google and if I search Azure naming convention, I will come on this page. Oh, Azure naming convention? No. Azure VM naming convention. So this is the correct page. Azure VM naming convention. Here they have given an example that if I want to know that the processor, it is an Intel processor or AMD processor. So A meaning AMD, otherwise Intel. So they have given some options here. Example also they have given like M416 MSV2 means family M memory optimized. 416 CPU, memory intensive, premium storage capable, premium hard disk you can attach, more memory related operation it can perform, and it is version 2. So like that they have given an example. This NV16ASV4 family N, NC N family, subfamily V, 16 CPU, AMD processor, premium storage capable, because in some VM where S is not there, you cannot attach premium SSD, version 4. So like that, if you are curious, for example, if you want to know, then you have to go and read this document. Lot of examples they have given. Okay, in that you will get an understanding. So Azure VM size naming convention. Now have you selected DS15 V2, my dear friend? So the different VM size are there, in that different codes are there, MS, TS, LS. So we can understand from there. DS15 V2. Now, one virtual machine, 730 hours. What is the meaning of 730 hours? In Azure mathematics, 1 month is equal to 730 hours. Are you getting the point? So 1 month is 730 hours. Now, my dear friend, going ahead, if you use the VM for 1 month, then you will be charged this much, but it is showing in dollar. But dollar 2000 and dollar 2000 and 2000 rupees, there is a difference, right? Meaning, as an Indian, whenever we go outside our country, we quickly calculate in the mind $100 into 86, is this much, 8600, $1000, 86,000. So quickly we calculate in the mind. So I said, is it good that if I see the charges in rupees, can I see the charges in rupees? I like to spend in rupees because I earn in rupees, simple. So please scroll down, and your currency is there. Do you see currency? Currency, currency, lot of currencies are there. We have to select Indian rupees. 1 USD is equal to 85.70 INR. So have you selected Indian rupees? Now please scroll up, up. Okay, now can I see the price? Hooray, 1 lakh. Where $2,000? And where 1 lakh rupees? Meaning $2,000. And 1,76,000. It is better to see in Indian rupees. Will this calculation include disk? Yes, this calculation include the disk and the public IP also, but not this one. And at the last, you will see the complete A plus B plus C, meaning VM plus disk plus public IP. That you will see at the last when you scroll down. Right now, this part is for the VM. This part is for the A part, the VM part. Then the disk part will come. Then the public IP part will come. Okay, so what is the charge? The charge is 1,76,116.92 rupees per month. Now I will note down something interesting we will learn. So if I run DS15 V2 VM, which is 20 core and 140 GB RAM for 1 month, in pay as you go way, then I will be charged for 1 month, I will be charged this much. And this 1,76,116.92 is divided into two parts. One is the CPU and other is the operating system. This is the CPU memory charge. This is the OS charge. Are you getting the point? Pay as you go. Have you got this point till here? See, I will repeat this. For example, you want to use a VM in Azure. You want to create the VM in Azure and you want to forecast, understand the charges. You go to the pricing calculator and in region Central India, in this VM you want to create, and you want to find out that if I run the VM for one month, what will be the charge? So 1,76,116.92 will be the charge, VM charge. And as we have already discussed, VM charge consists of the whether it is Windows or whether it is Linux. VM charge consists of the hardware and the operating system. In case of Windows, Linux, it is free. Here it is chargeable. Okay, so the VM charge consists of the hardware, the CPU memory plus the operating system. So here on the left hand side, you can see compute, meaning hardware. Hardware charge is this much, OS charge is this much, combining 1,76,000. Okay, now going ahead, I ask Azure, I'm creating this VM and I have a long purpose for this VM, meaning this VM. Now we will come into major category of the VM. That is, the VM can be a production VM or it can be a test VM. So I said to Azure that Azure, see, this VM which I want to create, DS15V2 VM, I want to use it for 1 hour. Sorry, 1 year, not hour, 1 year. Meaning I want to use it for a long term, but right now for 1 year, you can say, sure. Then in future, like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, it can happen. But for this project will go for at least 1 year. So at least for 1 year, I want to use it. I can use it for, more than that also, but 1 year is there in my mind right now. So pay as you go, charges are high. Why pay as you go charges are high? Because pay as you go meaning you use it. How much you use, that much you pay, no commitment. Today you create, tomorrow you delete. So obviously pay as you go charges are high. So I ask Azure, I am a long-term customer. 1 year, 3 year, 5 year. I don't want to go for pay as you go. Can you give me some discount? So Azure says that for long-term customers, especially for the production servers, it is useful. Long-term customer, you are a long-term customer, go for reservation or saving plan. You have two options to save cost in virtual machine. Reservation, also known as reserve instance, RI. RI. First, we will discuss reservation. What is reservation? Please click on 1 year. 3 year is not available here. They have given a message where they have given a message 3 year reservation is not available for this size. For other size, it might be available, but it is not available for this size. Okay, 1 year. 1 year, how much discount? 1 year reservation, 36% discount. So what is the charge? 1,33,199. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? Now I want to compare, give you an idea of 3 year reservation also, so that you get a better idea. Now previously in this size it was available. I don't know why, what happened. Cloud, they have complete control. Let me select any other size, any other heavy size, any danger size. Okay. For example, I have selected E6432ASV4. Simple size we want, so that you can easily search. But if the CPU memory is good enough, then you will get a good idea. Okay, so can you find this E3216D-16DS? E32-16DS. Let's change the VM size, because in that VM size 3 year, previously it was there, now it is not there. Fine, we are just testing here. Any VM size will work for us. So have you changed to E32-16DS? E32-16DS. I told you people, I think I've told you people this is theory lecture. Correct? But there is some practical in this. We have added some practical so that you are awake. So here, 1 year reservation, first pay as you go. Pay as you go, how much is the charge? 2,43,000 rupees. This should be everyone's monthly salary. 2,43,000 rupees. Okay. If you select 3 year, you need to pay upfront. That's a good question. We will answer it. We would be discussing that. So 1 year reservation. Now, when we talk about reservation, this is pay as you go charge. 1,51,000 is the CPU memory charge, 92,000 is the OS charge. Then when we go for 1 year reservation, 41% discount and the charge is 1 lakh in 1 year reservation. 1 year reservation, what is the charge? What is the cost saving now? 1 year reservation, this is the charge. 1 year reservation, then 1 month charge is this much. 1 year reservation, then 1 month charge is this much. If we go for 3 year reservation, then one month charge is this much. 3 year reservation, then 1 month charge is this much. Do you find any difference? Year in reservation, in pay as you go 2,43,000 in reservation, 1,80,000 in 3 year reservation, 1,48,000. There is a cost saving, right? Reservations are better than saving plans. You are right. Reservation, now we have to discuss about reservation, but have you understood this, that reservation is good? It is a good cost saving. If you go for pay as you go, then you have to pay this much, but if you go for reservation, then you have to pay this much. Now reservation, you have to be careful, because in pay as you go you have the flexibility, you can delete the server at any time, but in reservation this is fix monthly bill you will get whether you use or not. Are you getting the point? This is pay as you go. How much you use? If you use for 1 month, you will be charged this much. But tell me one thing, production server, critical server, will we stop it? Think. Production server, critical server, company's main website, and I go there and in the name of saving cost, I stop the website in night and go home. And tomorrow morning, I forgot to start also. So my dear friend, are you getting the point? Production server, we don't want to touch. 24/7 into 365 running. So production server in your company, you have to go and check servers, and production servers go for reservation. If the production servers are using pay as you go, then your company is paying more unnecessary and you can save cost. Are you getting the point? People have used this technique and save costs in their company. So for production servers which are meant to be 24/7 into 365, we should go for reservation. Now in reservation, can we extend the reservation, but machine corrupt reservation is still available? Can you explain machine corrupt reservation, my dear friend? This is new kind of reservation it came to me. You have to give me some more insight on that. Long term use reservation and short term use pay as you go. Correct? Reservation means commitment. Correct. Machine total down. See, machine, if I am putting down, what Azure can do? Are you getting the point, my dear friend? If I am putting down virtual machine, then what Azure can do? If the zone goes down, availability zone goes down, then Azure will give you credit because of the availability zone, the data center going down. And if it crosses their SLA, the zone SLA, then you will get the credit refund from Azure. That automatically you will get. Here we are focusing on costing, cost saving. Getting the point, my dear friend Tarun? We are focusing on cost saving. Think that in your company, that your company's main website is there on a server, and that server is production server. that server is critical server, and that server you are paying as pay as you go, when you know that this server you have to use for a very long time, like 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and you are using paying as pay as you go. So what Azure says, go for reservation now and save cost. You are our long-term customer. Pay as you go is for short-term customer. People come and go. It is for them. You would be using Azure for 1 year, 3 year. You are long-term customer. Long-term customer, we will give you discount. But in reservation, you have to be careful that the charges are fixed. You will always get the monthly bill. For example, if you delete your server or your server is down, now coming to your question, will I be charged? The answer is yes. You will be charged. So some production impact happen on your server is down. Azure says monthly bill will come. You delete your server, then, for example, if you delete your server, you don't want reservation, then, so if you delete your server before 1 year, for example, let's take an example to understand better. For example, you took a reservation for 1 year, and before 1 year, you delete the server for any reason, the project was not successful, you delete the server. Azure will charge you monthly. Azure will charge you. Fixed monthly bill will come. Are you getting the point? For that VM, because you have done reservation, you can cancel the reservation. Are you understanding? Is reservation option available at the time of creation of VM? No. Later on, reservation has to be done. But have you got this point? Reservation is use it or lose it. If I cancel at the 8th month, you cancel at the 8th month, that is also no problem. No problem. Cancel, you can cancel it anytime. Right now, they have no penalty. But in future, they can apply some penalty. Right now, they have no penalty. Okay, now the next thing is, I took reservation for 1 year. If we cancel reservation, then whatever we get monthly bill till 3 years. Why you will get monthly bill for 3 years, my dear friend? For example, you did the reservation for 1 year. In 6 months, you cancel the reservation. Further 6 months, you got the bill. Further 6 months, you will not get the bill. Can you show us how we can apply the reservation? We will discuss that also. Today's session, you have to give me some more time. Huh? Now the next thing is, because this session is theory and it requires some more time. Didn't understood. So for example, you have done the reservation for 1 year, and before 1 year, meaning in 6 months only, you cancel the reservation. For the next 6 months, meaning for the previous 6 months, you have got the bill, right? Fixed bill. But once you cancel the reservation, you will not get the bill. Meaning your server is also deleted. That's why you are canceling this reservation. Or if your server is not deleted, your server is there and you are canceling the reservation, then your server will be charged as pay as you go. Then the server doesn't become free. Then it will be charged as pay as you go. Now, my dear friend, the next thing is, for example, you took a reservation for 1 year and 1 year complete. 1 year complete. So canceling reservation will cancel the benefit that you are getting, and the every month bill that is you are getting, that will be cancelled. If you cancel the reservation and your server is still there, then you will be charged according to pay as you go for that server. Now, for example, you took a reservation for 1 year and 1 year complete. Then will the reservation auto renew? No. Further, you will be charged pay as you go. Okay. Then further, after reservation ends, you will be charged pay as you go. In reservation, there is setting. In reservation, there is setting for auto renew option they have given. Are you getting the point? Auto renew automatically, they have, if you click on the radio button, meaning option is there, then it will get auto renew. Otherwise, by default, it does not auto renew. Will it automatically switch to pay as you go after 1 year? Perfect, yeah, my dear friend Prashant. What you thinking, what you thought, and what I write, we are on the same page. So the answer is will it automatically switch to pay as you go after 1 year? So the answer is yes. Further, you will be charged as pay as you go. So for your question, the answer is yes. Okay, now we are curious that, okay, where is the reservation? So much benefit, where are you? Correct? Meaning, how can we create reservation and how we can apply the reservation to the VM? Are you getting the point? Meaning, how we can do this? For that, we have to go to the portal. My dear friend, can you please go to the portal? Are you on the portal? And go ahead and type the word reservation. Reservation, especially in trains. So have you searched for reservation? Reservation. The reservation done, but some days later Azure increase the price. That amount add are exceptional. No, that amount will add. That prices will vary. That is all in case. That is all deal with Azure. Normally they don't make drastic changes in the price, but the price is not fixed here. There is nothing that the price is fixed. Prices Azure can change, and accordingly the discount will change. Now, are you on this page? Now, please click on the add button. Have you click on the add button? All these things you can do reservation for all these services. Please click on virtual machine. Please click on virtual machine. Have you click on virtual machine? Are you on this page? Okay. Now what we have to do in case of reservation, we have to select the region. It is mandatory. We have to specify the region, like for example Central India. Then the VM size, we have to specify the region, the VM size, and the term meaning like 1 year, 3 year. Okay, that term. And the billing frequency will always be monthly. Don't go for yearly meaning upfront you have to pay. Don't go for that. So region, for example, region I want Central India. Then term 1 year, 3 year, 5 year is also there. It is not there on the Azure calculator, but 5 year is also there. Billing frequency always it will be monthly, not upfront. And then I can select the size DS1, V2, B2S, what size I want. B2S, let's see. B2S are we getting? I'm getting. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? Now I don't want to add to cart and go ahead. I don't want the bill to come. So the point is here, once we go ahead, once we buy the reservation, then you do not need to redeploy the resources to get the reservation discount. The reservation discount will automatically apply to the matching VM. It will automatically go and check B2S. Do I have B2S VM, or do I have this size, whatever size I have selected here in the pricing calculator? Do I have this size? So it will automatically apply to the matching VM of that size. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? Subscription not eligible. See, you have a free trial subscription now. That's why it is not eligible for you. You have a free trial subscription. That's why it is not available. Previously, this also was not available for me. Previously, I used to get an error here, meaning before your batch, I used to get an error that the pay as you go subscription is not available and you cannot buy the reservation like that. So even I need to check because why it is showing me this. Till the previous batch, meaning for the last many years, I never got this option. Okay, now the thing is, you are getting an error because you are using a free trial subscription. But have you got an understanding about reservation? So after the VM is created, then go and do the reservation, not while creating the VM. And you don't need to apply it to the matching VM. Automatically, it will find, okay, who's the VM having this size? Automatically, it will apply. If you have two VM, it will apply to one VM, other VM will be pay as you go. Are you getting the point? What if I have two VM with this size, then it will apply to one VM, other VM will be pay as you go. No eligible subscription, fine, no worries. Because you have a free trial subscription, you are not eligible because you are only for 30 days. What if we need both VM? Then you have to add to cart. It is not giving me add to cart. It is actually giving me error because I'm using pay as you go. So in pay as you go also it is not allowed. So in India, because previously they were giving a direct error that in pay as you go subscription in India, you cannot buy reservation. But right now they are not giving that error, but they are not allowing me to go ahead, meaning I'm not allowed to go ahead. So when I click on add to cart, I can select the count. Two reservation I can buy and it can be applied for both the VMs now. For VM, you have a B2S buy for reservation. Now the question is that who can buy the reservation? See, in company environment, in the professional environment, your companies mostly will go like this. They will not go and create a subscription, pay as you go subscription. No, mostly your companies, majority of the companies does like this. Your company will go and take the help of someone. Your company will approach a CSP, cloud solution provider. And CSP, they create the subscription. They will create the subscription. They will create the tenant and map the subscription with the tenant and assign it to your company. They will do this. Tenant meaning enter ID. Mostly your company will go for cloud solution partners. Those people who are using Azure in your company, go and check who is your CSP. And there is a list which I will share. Just give me a moment. And I have a list of CSPs where you can apply for job. Because these are the people who are looking for people like you. So my dear friend, next to this video, this document is there. Way to use Azure free trial subscription, pay as you go. Company level popular is CSP. CSP subscription, which is created by Microsoft partner, which enables partner to have end-to-end ownership of the customer lifecycle and relationship for Microsoft Azure. That means partner are empowered to manage sales, own the billing relationship, provide technical and billing support, and be the customer single point of contact. It means what? Whatever charges Azure will charge here, the bill will come, the partner will bill to the company. You might be thinking, will the partner add more charges? The strange part is that partner provides more discount. It is opposite. Meaning if your company directly go and creates a pay as you go subscription, the way I have done, that will be heavy for them. And if they go via CSP, it is better for them. They get more discount via CSP. Plus, for any technical issues, the company will contact the CSP. You will be having technical team. The CSP has a big technical team. Technical people are there, a lot of technical people are there, and their support they provide to their customers. So why CSP is there? Because Azure wants companies to onboard properly. Companies trying to do something on their own will lead to disaster. So Azure says go to CSP. CSP will help you, plus they will give you discount also, technical support also. They will help you in your onboarding and further also. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? So here I have given the link of the CSP. And these are the places you can find their LinkedIn profile and create your impressive resume and mass mail them. Now, how to create a good resume? If you are curious, then Atari class has a blog for you. Build your perfect Azure Cloud Administrator resume. You have to go to Atari class. You have to click on Azure Cloud. This normally I take in the last lecture, but anyways, point came. So you have to go to athariclass.in/blog on this website, then Azure Cloud. And then here you will see points you can add. Then this is also, this was there previous. Now we have added this, build your perfect Azure Cloud Administrator resume. And then we have given some, we have created a blog here that, okay, what all things you can put. And we have given some sample resume, which you can download. Okay, so this can help you. Two good sample resumes we have put here. So like this, you will be able to see summaries, skills, work experience. Work experience also we have given. People who can understand, they have understood work experience, how you have to use. Okay, now, but you can make the changes according to your requirement and select the resume sample, whichever you like. Okay, make the changes accordingly. Whatever you put in the resume, you should know. If you don't know, don't put. Now, going ahead, my dear friends. So these are the partners. So if I click on edit location, address, in India, I want to find the partners. India research will be very big here. Lot of companies are there. A lot of companies are there. For example, I say, no, not India. I just want to find in Mumbai, specifically in Mumbai in India. So apply. Okay. Orbit Technisol, Mac Software, Sujata Computers, DXC Technology, Ingram Micro. All these are cloud solution partners, providers. Are you getting the point? You can check their profile on LinkedIn and you can contact their HR. So these are the people who are looking for people like you who have knowledge of Azure Cloud. Now, going ahead, so they can buy, they can create subscription, they can buy the reservation also. They have the right to buy the reservation. Is this point clear, my dear friend? Is this point clear? I can't go ahead because I'm using pay as you go. It will not allow me to go ahead. It's an error. But CSP can go ahead. CSP people can buy the reservation. So in whichever company you are working, you cannot blindly believe on CSP. Even they can miss the reservation. So you have to go and talk with them. You have to do a meeting with them. If the bill is high, if the resources are unused, so you have to talk with them. Are you getting the point, my dear friend? So in your company, if CSP is there, then you have to do discussion with them. You have to have a meeting with them on cost saving factor. On how much subscription, how much tenant are created. Normally for one company, one tenant is enough. So one tenant is there. In that tenant, meaning enter ID, users and groups are there, company employees are there, and multiple subscription can be attached to the same tenant. So there is no limit in that. So obviously multiple subscription, if required, company will create. Otherwise, most of the companies have only one subscription. And one tenant is enough for the company. And if required, they can have multiple subscription, prod subscription, test subscription. They can map it to the same tenant, same enter ID. So my dear friends, now going ahead, the next thing is the saving plan. Now what is saving plan? In reservation, I'm getting good discount. Then previously saving plan was not there. Saving plan came later. If I go for 1 year saving plan, I'm getting 1,94,032% discount. Reservation 41% discount. Obviously, reservation discount is better. 3-year saving plan 53% discount. Year 3-year saving plan 62% discount. So what is the difference between reservation and saving plan, and what is saving plan? See, we will go to the website only and we will discuss. Azure storage will come. Azure storage will come in upcoming lecture, my dear friend. So decide between a saving and plan and a reservation. So compare reservation with saving plan. See, they have given a simple understanding here. Choose a reservation when your workload that run continuously and are highly stable with no anticipated change in the instance type, family or region. Meaning when the VM size, region are fixed, go for what? Think. Go for reservation or saving plan. Correct. Go for reservation. But if the company says we have a very unique requirement, our VM size is not fixed, VM size region is also not fixed, they're not fixed. Every day we get new requirement, new VM size, new region we have to create. We have this kind of business model, we have this kind of requirement. Our VM size region is not fixed, but we will give business of $5 every hour. Meaning so many VMs we will create that Azure you will get business of $5 every hour. In any region we will create VM of any size, but charges will be like $5 per hour. You will get the business. Azure says fine, na? I don't have any problem. If you give me business of $5 per hour, then I will give you benefit in that. I will give you discount in that. So for instance, you might commit here in saving plan. An Azure saving plan involves committing to a specific hourly expenditure. You have to commit that every hour $5 we will spend. We will burn. VM we will be there in any region, any size for 1 year. For 1 year, for 3 year, and saving plan cannot be cancelled. Saving plan every hour, meaning commitment is there of $5. So the point is saving plan cannot be cancelled. So now in saving plan you have to commit an hourly expenditure. Example, $5 per hour for 3 years, for 1 year. Then Azure will give you discount on that. That okay, $5 you are spending, we will give discount on that. So reservation only apply to specific VM size and specific region. Saving plan benefit are applicable to all usage from participating compute service across the globe. Meaning in any region, any size VM, combining the prices more than meaning $5 per month, sorry, $5 per hour, Azure will give you the discount. So choose the saving plan when your workload is dynamic, evolving, changing. Okay, various family VM size. So when they are running in shifting are two different, fine. Saving plan pro deep saving flexible benefit. In short, in simple word, VM size region not fixed, then you can go for saving plan. Now my dear friends, can you please go to the portal and search for saving plan? Can you please go to the portal and search for saving plan? Now slowly we are at the ending of this session. In reservation plan, can we change VM hardware size? If you resize, then you have to buy the new reservation. They will give you, meaning they have some option of instance flexibility. But if that, in that you can resize. But if not, then if you resize to any other size, then you have to cancel that reservation and buy a new one. Then that reservation becomes invalid. So when you click on the reservation, it gives you the utilization status. Whether this reservation is unused, then you will come to know, yeah, it is unused, meaning this we are just wasting the reservation. It will give you that whether it is utilized or unutilized. In the reservation, it gives that scenario. Obviously, when the reservation is there, when you go and click on the reservation, you will come to know, which we don't have right now. Now, my dear friend, are you on saving plans? Now, please click on purchase now. Now, slowly, we are at the ending of this session. And there is a lab requirement for the next lecture. For that, there is a video in the LMS. You have to create the video and you have to watch the video, create the lab. So in that video, you have to just create one VM in Central India in any zone and along with data disk. Okay, so operating system 2025, VM size, if in the video it is showing you DS1 V2, select B2S. VM size, just remember B2S. Operating system, just remember 2025. Zone, remember instead of zone 1, select zone 2. That's it. Now, year, 1 year, 3 year reservation, early commitment. Next, buy. Reservation purchase is not supported in the country region. That's why I'm saying here. in our country, in India, it is not supported. So I've done the early commitment of $1 per hour for 1 year. Okay, but I can't go ahead. But in our country, only in India, only CSP can buy this saving plan. Okay, CSP can buy this saving plan. So this monthly charge will come $730 per month. One I have put $1, so I'm doing the early commitment, and then accordingly they will give me the discount. So my dear friends, have you got a understanding of saving plan? Have you got an understanding of reservation? Reservation is more popular than saving plan. Saving plan is like rarely it can be used, but reservation is more popular. Now coming to the next thing is, what about the non-production VM? The test VM, the UAT VM, how can we save cost? Do you know any technique to save cost in the test UAT VM? I have created plan showing error. Fine. I also got error. I am having pay as you go. Still I'm getting error. So pay as you go and free trial subscription in India, we are not eligible for reservation. We are not eligible for saving plan. The best for us is we have to contact CSP. So your companies will be having a CSP only. So those people who are having Azure in your company, you have to go and check which CSP you are having. Do you know your CSP? If you want, you can share. CSP is something which is not secret. They are global. They're like public. Okay. Now, the next thing is, for test VM, stop the VM from the portal. Correct. So that is, you can configure auto shutdown. Correct. For test VM, UAT VM, auto shutdown, stop delocate. Now we got a question, disk public IP shutdown for weekend, those options can be utilized. Auto shutdown, meaning you want to say auto shutdown option is there. Then the next thing is, auto shutdown will help in only saving cost of the VM. Auto shutdown saves VM cost only. Disk and public IP, they are continuous. Then the other option is, which is there, and that is known as spot VM, which can be very rarely used depending upon the nature, because spot VM is danger, but we will explain this spot VM. So spot VM, if I go to the portal and if I go to the virtual machine and if I click on plus Azure virtual machine, then is it every day require auto shutdown create? Not every day. You go to the VM, you create auto shutdown, you put the time of 6 p.m. Automatically at 6 p.m. it will go into the stop delocate state. No, if I go to create a virtual machine, on this page, I can see run with Azure Spot discount. Please have a look. It is very interesting. What is the charge for B2S 38.54 per month? Any other VM size which is of high charge? Okay, this one. Now, what I want to show you here is that the difference in the pay as you go charge and the spot discount. If I click on review plus create, I am getting some error. Network, okay, test VNet, basic is incomplete, resource group, test VM, disk networking, test VNet. Okay. Now, what is the charge here? Is it showing the charge or not? Not showing the charge. Previously, it was showing. Anyways, it was there. That's what I was thinking. What has changed? So here the charge is D4S V3. The charge is 0.3 940 USD per hour. Now, if I go here and if I select here spot VM, then in spot VM, what is the charge for spot VM? For the same VM, what is the hourly charge? 0.05642 per hour. Are you able to understand the difference? See here, if I go and if I say USD to rupees, and if I put here 0.3940, so 0.3940 USD is 33 rupees. Pay as you go. But here, in case of spot, it is 0.05642. 0.05642. Are you getting the point? Where 33 and where pay or spot only 5 rupees? It's a huge discount, right? 80% discount, 70%, meaning big discount is there. So why not go for spot VM? Are you getting the point? Spot charges are very less, but there is a problem in spot. In spot, there is no SLA. There is no SLA. What Azure says that in spot VM, whenever Azure wants the VM, the CPU memory, they will evict your VM. In 30 seconds, they will evict. Are you getting the point? Azure says that we allow to create spot VM when we have lot of capacity available. So in less charge, we are ready to give you. But when we require, we will evict your VM in 30 seconds. So the point is that for those business where they require, for example, there can be some business model where they require lot of CPU, lot of virtual machine, lot of processing power. They process here in Azure and they keep it somewhere in some other storage, which is known as batch processing. Batch processing. For them, it is good. It is not for everyone. Spot VM is not for everyone. Are you getting the point? Spot VM is not for everyone. Spot VM is for those people who can handle interruption. Meaning, imagine in 30 seconds, all the VMs are gone. Imagine someone created a production VM in spot as a spot. And the server is working. And one fine day, the server is gone. Stop. The server will go into the stop deallocate state. So that's why spot VM, we have to be careful. It was for information. It can be used for high level batch processing jobs. Okay, normal environment, because of the spot nature, we can avoid this. Okay. Now going to the next thing, my dear friends. Can you please go to the pricing calculator? Now we are at the ending of this session. Can you please go to the pricing calculator? Do you see manage disk? See, virtual machine charges we have discussed. Virtual machine charge we have discussed. But along with the virtual machine, disk is there. And public IP is optional, correct? We have learned in the previous session that if the public IP is not there, then how to deal. That we have discussed. But disk, the OS disk, the C drive, it is mandatory because it is having the OS operating system. So here you can select whatever hard disk you have, like for example, premium SSD, 1 TB, P30, one disk. What is the charge? Charge, it will show you monthly charge. Hourly, if you use, then hourly charge. How much you use, that much you have to pay. Then snapshots. Snapshot, remember? Snapshot, point in time, read only copy of the disk. Whatever data is there, that will get copied in the snapshot. Snapshot charges are per GB. That also it shows here. A snapshot, for example, in my disk only 100 GB is there. So snapshot charge is this much. So these are all monthly charges. Huh? Then how much we use, accordingly the charges will be there. Whatever charges it is showing you, that is for monthly one, for per GB, for 1 month if the snapshot is there, this much is the charge. Then my dear friend, do you see bandwidth charge? So in bandwidth charge, outbound data transfer. See, in Azure, there is a concept. Inbound is free in Azure. Inbound is free. Inbound meaning egress is free. Whatever coming to the VM is free. For example, you download from the VM. You download YouTube video, you stream YouTube, you download YouTube video from the VM. It is free. There is no charge. Egress is chargeable. Egress meaning whatever is going out from the VM. Egress. Like you kept some video here in the VM, and from the internet, this is your laptop and you are downloading this video to your laptop. So data is going out, egress, that is chargeable. So egress charges are there. So here they have given outbound data transfer. So 5 GB. Now 5 GB, if we go 50 GB, 50 GB, 5. Okay, after 5 GB from 6 GB, it is chargeable. 5 till 5 GB outbound data transfer is free. So first 5 GB every month outbound is free. And inbound is always free. Okay. So whether you are copying the data, taking the data from the internet, or from one VM to another VM, the data is coming to you're copying the data from one VM to another VM, between zone, between region, whatever it is, data is coming to your VM, outbound, sorry, data is going out from your VM, so outbound is chargeable. Incoming is free, outbound is chargeable. So have you got an understanding, my dear friend? So if you download anything from the internet, you browse YouTube, that is all free because data is coming to your VM. But when the data goes out from the VM, then it is chargeable. So now, of 5 GB every month is free, more than 5 GB, it is chargeable. Now, can you please scroll up? Can you please scroll up? Now we are at the ending of this session. Can you please scroll up and search for IP address? Can you please search for IP address? IP address and click on IP address. So if you want to add something more, then you can add like this. Have you searched for IP address and click on IP address? Have you searched for IP address? Have you click on IP address? Are you on this page? Okay. Now, once you click on IP address, click on view and you will come on this page. IP address I've added 2 times. I can delete 1 time. Now, IP address in which region is my VM? Central India. Then IP address basic is classic. Classic is outdated. Never click on basic. Classic, basic, ARM, that is all basic is gone. Still they are showing, they should not show basic. Public IP was there. That is all gone. That is all outdated. Now it is only standard public IP. Previously, they had a public IP that was dynamic in nature, meaning when you stop the server, public IP will be released. When you start the server, you will get a new public IP. Now they always give fixed public IP. Previously, they were giving that was known as basic public IP, that is gone. Now they give standard public IP that is always static. Whether you stop the server, whether your server is running, the public IP remains fixed. So static public IP, one public IP if you use for 1 month, what is the charge? Charge is 312 rupees. Charge is less, but if you have 100 server, 100 public IP, then you can imagine. Then if the public IP is a part of a prefix, meaning pool of IP, like in NAT gateway, there is a public IP prefix option. So if the same one public IP is a part of two public IP, then the charge is little bit more. Charge is little bit more, not that very high, little bit more. If the two public IP address prefix you take, then the charge is like this. Then my dear friend, you have to scroll down and you can export it, you can save, you can share. So are you getting the point, my dear friend? That's it. Pricing calculator is there for the pricing, and pricing is a theory topic. It is not that much interesting topic. Are you understanding? Starting half part was interesting because there was practical. Pricing is a raw topic. So pricing, we have given you an idea. Whenever for any service you have to find out price, you have to go to Google, you have to read the document related to that service, you have to use the pricing calculator. How to use the pricing calculator, we have given you an understanding. Okay, it is not required for you to memorize the prices of these services. There is zero expectation like this. Prices are there, we have to Google, we have to go to the pricing calculator and do the research on the pricing of any service. Okay, so at least in this session you got an understanding. Now for the next session will be full on practical. This is the only little bit theoretical session in our course. Now for the next session, we need a VM. We need a B2S VM. And after this video, the lab video is there. The lab video title, I will share it in the group, my dear friends. So B2S VM in Central India in Zone 2, operating system 2025. Are you getting the point? Because Zone 1 you cannot create. DS1 V2 you don't get, so select B2S, select operating system 2025. So in the lab video, if it is there 2022, then still select 2025. In the lab is zone 1, select zone 2. So in the lab it is DS1 V2, select B2S. Okay, so previously it was all applicable, meaning DS1 V2 was allowed for free trial, then they change, they have locked it, so we will go for B2S. So my dear friends, I would like to thank you all for attending the session. The lab video, I will share it in the group. Using that video, you can create the lab. Okay, so bye everyone.
Recording stopped.
Lab video name, even I need to check. I will share it in some time. I will share it in the WhatsApp group. So I would like to thank you all for attending the session. Let's meet in the next session. Bye everyone.